The Black Patch by Julian Kilman. From Weird Tales, September 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Black Patch by Julian Kilman. The dead weight about my body made me gasp as I leapt into the taxicab. So far as my uncle and I were aware, there was only one other person who knew of my errand. He lived in a small town in the northern part of Ontario, and was the sole surviving member of that branch of the Warren family which had left England 3 generations before. The gold coin I carried was a legacy to him, and I do not think he would have divulged the manner of its delivery. Yet twice during the short time that had elapsed since my arrival in New York, I had been attacked, and on the second occasion my bag actually snatched from me. This seemed a bit thick, even for a city as sophisticated as New York. The taxicab bore me to Grand Central Station, where I secured my tickets at the booking office. After the train had started, there recurred to my mind the odd request of my Canadian cousin. He had demanded that his legacy be paid in gold, a decision which, under the terms of the will, left no choice to my uncle and me, its executors, and hence I was lugging the valuable stuff on my person. The visit to Niagara Falls was not to be given up, and nothing occurred to increase my apprehension during my stopover at the famous resort. At the end of the following day, after much discomfort from the execrable train service, I reached my destination and hastened to a hostelry. That evening I ascertained something of my relatives, most of my information coming from a garrulous waitress, who needed but the merest hint of a question, not only to answer it, but to anticipate 5 others. Thus it came about that I learned that David Warren, my cousin many times removed, was a queer duck, that he was rarely seen downtown these days, because in the past he had had trouble with the authorities. Whether it was intended to intimate that the man drank, or what, I did not find out. And finally, that the further I stayed away from his dump, the better it would be for me. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening when I reached the Warren residence in the outskirts of town. The building was large and rambling, with picturesque gables that loomed out in the peculiar twilight glow of the northern country. As I passed through the gateway, I perceived every evidence of dilapidation and decay. There was not a light to be seen in the house. With considerable misgiving, I proceeded up the long, grass-grown walk to the door and plied the ancient knocker. No one answered. I waited a few moments, feeling less and less inclined for my task. Suddenly, the door swung open silently. I was confronted by an elderly man who held aloft a candle and peered at me. "Is this my cousin?" he asked. "If you are David Warren," I replied. "I am David Warren," he said slowly, and then added more quickly, as if anticipating his remiss as a relative and host, "But come in, sir, come in." As he lowered the candle and turned to close the door, I was startled to see that he wore a black patch over one eye. Whatever my first impressions of the man may have been, certainly nothing occurred during the remainder of the evening to excite distrust. He carried no side, and treated me with the greatest cordiality. Indeed, there was that about him which gave me satisfaction that he was my own blood. He was the first low-pitched voice I had heard since I left England. With this opinion of my relative and host, therefore, I accepted his invitation to continue his guest, and soon, with every sense of fear lulled, was shown to a chamber at the head of the stairs. I respected his sense of delicacy in not mentioning the object of my visit up to that time, and did not refer to it myself for the reason that I did not wish to have him know I had taken such precautions as to conceal the gold about my person. How long I slept I do not know, but some time must have elapsed, when suddenly I found myself wide awake. I sat up trembling, my hearing alert for the noise that had disturbed me. Then it came, a faint call, near and yet far distant, like the successful effort of a ventriloquist. It seemed that the word I had heard was, "Help!" Thoroughly alarmed, I thrust a hand under my pillow. The gold was still there. I decided to reconnoiter, and tiptoed downstairs to the living room, lighting an occasional wax vesta. I had about concluded that in my nervous condition I was the victim of a hallucination, when my attention was attracted by an ancient writing desk. Something white projected from under the blotter, and quite casually I pulled it out. It was the letter that had been in the bag snatched from me in New York. The sight of that bit of inanimate evidence, my positive knowledge that it came from a stolen Gladstone, caused my heart to flutter. To my room I returned, but sleep was not possible, and I relieved the tedium of waiting for daylight by a thorough examination of my quarters. At 7 o'clock there was a rap at the door. An old negress signed for me to follow. "Good morning," I heard as I entered the dining room. "I trust you slept well, my cousin." The man with the black patch stood by the window, his good eye resting on me. "Splendidly," I lied. As we finished breakfast, however, and I made no mention of the purpose of my visit, my host appeared restless. He rose from the table. "And now," he said almost sharply, "I assume you have with you the amount of my legacy, £1,000? "Sorry," I said, "but I thought it advisable to deposit the gold in the Bank of Niagara Falls. The weight of the stuff made traveling tremendously uncomfortable." He proved a consummate actor. Of course," he exclaimed with quick buoyancy. "Let's not worry about it. We can manage it later." Twice that day I endeavored to slip away, but each time my host, with a manner disarmingly casual, contrived to join me. On the second occasion I had reached the road and started for the village when, with profuse apologies for his carelessness, he overtook me. I concluded the walk in his company. It accomplished nothing. Again and again, as we passed along the streets of the little town, I noted the curious gaze of those we met, and the words of the women scullion recurred to me. The man with me spoke to no one, and no one spoke to him. Meanwhile, he kept up a running fire of commentary. His thoughts seemed to race. "By the way," he exclaimed as we turned to retrace our steps, "I haven't shown you my laboratory." Later, in exhibiting his workshop, he evinced extreme nervousness. "This eye," he exclaimed, "I lost a year ago in an experiment." At the thought of the sightless socket beneath the black patch, I felt it difficult to repress a shudder. That evening with my host did not serve to allay my fears. I had definitely planned to remain and keep awake all night, and in the morning to communicate any event with the authorities. During the long hours that followed, I lay fully dressed on my bed, revolver in hand. But the vigil was too much for me in my exhausted condition, and I finally dozed. It must have been after 2 o'clock when I awoke and lay tense. A hand was being moved cautiously back and forth beneath my pillow. The search was thorough, but the gold was not there. It was again fastened about my body. And the owner of the hand seemed to conclude that some other course was necessary, for a moment later I heard him steal out. As I slid from the bed, there came a sound as if someone had stumbled in the hallway. Instantly it was followed by a horrible shriek. Again and again it pierced the air. The hair on my head stiffened with fear. Flinging open the door to my room, I could just make out that a terrible struggle was in progress between two men. It continued for a brief bit, and presently I heard a long-drawn sigh. One of the combatants slid to the floor. I waited no longer, but leapt into the passageway, my hands extended before me. Suddenly, in the darkness, they touched those of another. He was feeling for me. We crouched there for an instant, each reaching for the other, as in the preliminaries of a wrestling match. His fingers were hot and slippery with moisture. Then he rushed me. The pistol was knocked from my hand, and the next instant the two of us were struggling together. To and fro we staggered. Finally, my feet tripped over the prostrate body of the man on the floor. My adversary and I went down together. The fall loosened his grip. I was able to breathe more freely, and I got a hand on his throat, the other hand wandering about his face and clutching something. I shrieked with the horror of it. One of my fingers was digging into the empty socket of a human eye. Wild with pain, my antagonist arose sheer from the floor, flinging me off as if I had been a child. An instant later, I heard him running down the stairs. It has been difficult for me since to understand my course that dreadful night. I was insensate. I followed the man with one eye, for I felt that murder had been done. It was moonlight, and I could see him plainly. With incredible swiftness, the figure sped over the landscape and made for a trestle which spanned a crevasse half a mile in the distance. I knew that on the opposite side of it was a heavily wooded stretch, and fearing his escape, I endeavored to head him off. He reached the bridge a few seconds before me, however, and to my horror I saw him poise his body at one side. The next moment he went over. I think we both screamed then, the one-eyed man as he whirled through the moonlight to his death, and I as I watched him. Not until daybreak did I come to myself. The soles of my boots were scuffed through, and I seemed to have been running for hours, running to blot out of my vision the sight of the body spinning downward into the abyss, running to brush from the tentacles of my memory the horrid thought that I had driven a human being to his death. Then, filled with forebodings as to the identity of the body over which I had stumbled earlier that night, I started to return. When I reached the house, it was a long time before I could summon courage to enter. Once inside, however, I gained confidence and hastened upstairs. The body was gone from the hall, but in the small room at one end, a mere closet, I found what I was looking for. The body of the man who had fallen in the struggle in the night, evidently had dragged himself thither. His heart was still beating, and I carried him downstairs. He was heavy, and I groaned with relief as the weight slipped from my arms to the floor. Then I looked at the face. Never shall I forget it. It was my host. The black patch was displaced. It covered a perfectly good eye. I must have swooned at the sight, for the next I knew there were many men about me. They came from the village and had been notified by the old negress. I was taken into custody and lodged for 3 weary hours in a ridiculously small place they called a lock-up. At the end of that time, I was led before a magistrate, who took my statement. Next morning I was informed that the body of David Warren had been found in the ravine. It confirmed my worst fears. I had driven to his death my own cousin. That day the authorities obtained a confession from the man who wore the black patch. He was unknown to them, and stated that his name was Douglas. For about 3 months he had been employed by David Warren as an assistant in the laboratory work. Having opened by mistake the first letter from our solicitor, Douglas learned of the legacy and kept my cousin in ignorance of it. For 2 months he had confined David Warren under circumstances of the greatest cruelty in the little closet at the end of the hall. He ensured the silence of the old negress by threats of death. How Warren escaped from his room Douglas could not say. He suspected that the negress finally had dared to unlock the door. In any event, my cousin met Douglas in the dark just after the latter stepped from my room, after his futile attempt to steal the gold. Then ensued the struggle in the hallway that I had heard, and in which Warren stabbed the impostor with a knife, a wound that would later result in the death of the criminal. Although aware that we had never seen our Canadian cousin, Douglas wore the black patch, fearing that we might know that David Warren had lost an eye. After the inquest, I hurried, shaken and trembling, to the hotel and packed the stolen Gladstone which had been found and returned to me. Then, feeling that I had sufficiently vivid impressions of America, I purchased a draft with the gold and started on the long journey home. The end of The Black Patch by Julian Kilman.
The Blind Man by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Blind Man by Guy de Maupassant. How is it that the sunlight gives us such joy? Why does this radiance, when it falls on the earth, fill us with so much delight of living? The sky is all blue, the fields are all green, the houses all white, and our ravished eyes drink in those bright colors which bring mirthfulness to our souls. And then there springs up in our hearts a desire to dance, a desire to run, a desire to sing, a happy lightness of thought, a sort of enlarged tenderness. We feel a longing to embrace the sun. The blind, as they sit in the doorways, impassive in their eternal darkness, remain as calm as ever in the midst of this fresh gaiety, and, not comprehending what is taking place around them, they keep every moment stopping their dogs from gambling. When, at the close of the day, they are returning home on the arm of a young brother or a little sister, if the child says, "It was a very fine day," the other answers, "I can notice that 'twas fine. Lulu wouldn't keep quiet." I have known one of these men whose life was one of the most cruel martyrdoms that could possibly be conceived. He was a peasant, the son of a Norman farmer. As long as his father and mother lived, he was more or less taken care of. He suffered little save from his horrible infirmity. But as soon as the old people were gone, an atrocious life of misery commenced for him. Dependent on a sister of his, everybody in the farmhouse treated him as a beggar who was eating the bread of others. At every meal, the very food he swallowed was made a subject of reproach against him. He was called a drone, a clown, and although his brother-in-law had taken possession of his portion of the inheritance, the soup was given to him grudgingly, just enough to save him from dying. His face was very pale, and his two big white eyes were like wafers, and he remained unmoved in spite of the insults inflicted upon him, so shut up in himself that one cannot tell whether he felt them at all. Moreover, he had never known any tenderness, his mother having always treated him unkindly, and caring scarcely at all for him. For in country places the useless are obnoxious, and the peasants would be glad, like hens, to kill the infirm of their species. As soon as the soup had been gulped down, he went to the door in summer-time and sat down, to the chimney-corner in winter-time, and, after that, never stirred all night. He made no gesture, no movement. Only his eyelids, quivering from some nervous affection, fell down sometimes over his white, sightless orbs. Had he any intellect, any thinking faculty, any consciousness of his own existence? Nobody cared to inquire as to whether he had or no. For some years things went on in this fashion, but his incapacity for doing anything as well as his impassiveness eventually exasperated his relatives, and he became a laughing-stock, a sort of martyred buffoon, a prey given over to native ferocity, to the savage gaiety of the brutes who surrounded him. It is easy to imagine all the cruel practical jokes inspired by his blindness. And, in order to have some fun in return for feeding him, they now converted his meals into hours of pleasure for the neighbors and of punishment for the helpless creature himself. The peasants from the nearest houses came to this entertainment. It was talked about from door to door, and every day the kitchen of the farmhouse was full of people. Sometimes they put on the table, in front of his plate, when he was beginning to take the soup, some cat or some dog. The animal instinctively scented out the man's infirmity, and, softly approaching, commenced eating noiselessly, lapping up the soup daintily, and, when a rather loud licking of the tongue awakened the poor fellow's attention, it would prudently scamper away to avoid the blow of the spoon directed at it by the blind man at random. Then the spectators huddled against the walls burst out laughing, nudged each other, and stamped their feet on the floor. And he, without ever uttering a word, would continue eating with the aid of his right hand, while stretching out his left to protect and defend his plate. At another time they made him chew corks, bits of wood, leaves, or even filth, which he was unable to distinguish. After this, they got tired even of these practical jokes, and the brother-in-law, mad at having to support him always, struck him, cuffed him incessantly, laughing at the useless efforts of the other to ward off or return the blows. Then came a new pleasure, the pleasure of smacking his face, and the plowmen, the servant girls, and even every passing vagabond were every moment giving him cuffs, which caused his eyelashes to twitch spasmodically. He did not know where to hide himself, and remained with his arms always held out to guard against people coming too close to him. At last he was forced to beg. He was placed somewhere on the high road on market days, and as soon as he heard the sound of footsteps or the rolling of a vehicle, he reached out his hat, stammering, "Charity, if you please." But the peasant is not lavish, and for whole weeks he did not bring back a sou. Then he became the victim of furious, pitiless hatred, and this is how he died. One winter the ground was covered with snow, and it froze horribly. Now his brother-in-law led him one morning at this season a great distance along the high road in order that he might solicit alms. The blind man was left there all day, and when night came on, the brother-in-law told the people of his house that he could find no trace of the mendicant. Then he added, "Pooh, best not bother about him. He was cold, and got someone to take him away. Never fear, he's not lost. He'll turn up soon enough tomorrow to eat the soup." Next day he did not come back. After long hours of waiting, stiffened with the cold, feeling that he was dying, the blind man began to walk. Being unable to find his way along the road, owing to its thick coating of ice, he went on at random, falling into dikes, getting up again, without uttering a sound, his sole object being to find some house where he could take shelter. But by degrees the descending snow made a numbness steal over him, and his feeble limbs being incapable of carrying him farther, he had to sit down in the middle of an open field. He did not get up again. The white flakes which kept continually falling buried him, so that his body, quite stiff and stark, disappeared under the incessant accumulation of their rapidly thickening mass, and nothing any longer indicated the place where the corpse was lying. His relatives made pretense of inquiring about him and searching for him for about a week. They even made a show of weeping. The winter was severe, and the thaw did not set in quickly. Now, one Sunday, on their way to Mass, the farmers noticed a great flight of crows, who were whirling endlessly above the open field, and then, like a shower of black rain, descended in a heap at the same spot, ever going and coming. The following week these gloomy birds were still there. There was a crowd of them up in the air, as if they had gathered from all corners of the horizon, and they swooped down with a great cawing into the shining snow, which they filled curiously with patches of black, and in which they kept rummaging obstinately. A young fellow went to see what they were doing, and discovered the body of the blind man, already half devoured, mangled. His wan eyes had disappeared, pecked out by the long, voracious beaks. And I can never feel the glad radiance of sunlit days without sadly remembering and gloomily pondering over the fate of the beggar so disinherited in life that his horrible death was a relief for all those who had known him. End of The Blind Man.
Carved in the Flesh by Tom Rawson Hilborn. From Weird Tales Magazine, February 1924. This is a LibriVox recording, All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Carved in the Flesh by Tom Rawson Hilborn. Slowly, as though devouring a fiery dragon, the sun disappeared behind the distant hills, painting the sky until it was a shield that had caught the stain of blood from the dying orb. The whitewashed walls of the cell in the state asylum for the criminally insane were encrimsoned by the reflected light. "Blood!" shrieked a crouching figure from the corner of the cell. "Blood on white flesh!" And trembling hands covered his gleaming, staring eyes. "You'd better look at number 47, Bill," advised a corridor keeper to a guard. The guard nodded, walked slowly down the passageway between the grated cells, his slippered feet soundless upon the concrete floors. The red glint of the setting sun invaded even the gloom of the dismal corridor. "He's always worse when he sees anything red," grumbled Bill. "He'll rave the rest of the night, I suppose." From within the cell occupied by number 47 came low moans, then a jumble of words uttered in a pleading, halting voice. A short silence, and then a pitch of words rose to a shriek. "Blood! Blood on white flesh! The blood of my name!" screamed the man who was crouched in the furthest corner of the cell. Bill Waterman, though he had been a guard in the asylum for many years, shivered slightly. He peered into the cell, quite unseen by the cringing man within. Although Waterman had heard the ravings of the cell's inmate time after time, always he would pause, as if fascinated. Well did he know the story of the imprisoned man, but the tale's horror enchanted him, held him there to listen to its repeating. He leaned against the wall, out of sight of the man in the cell. "I loved her! Oh, God, how I loved her!" The voice of number 47 had sunk almost to a whisper. "And she loved me! She was mine! Mine! I thrilled with the light of love that shone in her eyes when we were together. I trembled when her beautiful soft arms crept lovingly about me. I flamed when her lips sought mine. For years I had loved her, waiting for the wonderful day when she would kneel at my side before the priest. And when that day came, the happiness was even greater than I had dreamed. She was my sweetheart, my mistress, my wife, all three in one. She was my all. I was called away. My firm sent me far away into the swamps of South America. The parting was terrible, but we both knew that it meant my advancement, my chance to make a fortune for us, that would enable me to provide her with all the luxuries that she craved, and that I longed to place at her feet. Through fever-drenched swamps, battling the dangers of the jungle, fighting for life itself day after day, I made my way. I had before me always the picture of her when we parted, sob-shaken, trembling with grief. "God speed you and bring you back to me," she had prayed as I sailed away. There was no mail in the rubber country. My party was far beyond the comforting blessings of messages from loved ones. Every day I wrote love messages to her in my diary. I would show them to her upon my return. She would treasure the words that I had written during the lonely nights in the camp of the fever country. Endless were the days before my work had finished. Delays piled upon delays. I burned with impatience to return to my loved one, but for her welfare I stuck to my post. I sent love thoughts hurtling through space. I felt that they must reach her and tell her of my great love. Came the day of my departure for our home. Ours was a slow-sailing, ancient craft that seemed to creep through the waves. Day followed day of ceaseless yearning for the woman I loved. I paced the deck, hour by hour, longing for the journey's end. At last the ship slipped into dock. I hastened through customs, burning with the desire to rush to my loved one. I cursed the slowness of the taxi that bore me homeward. Would it never arrive? Finally, the machine drew up before my door. I leapt to the ground, flinging a bill to the driver, and fairly flew up the pathway. I noticed that the ground seemed unkempt. The pathway was weed-grown. These were but fleeting impressions that flashed upon me as I leapt forward, so that I might the sooner clasp my adored one to my pounding heart. It came to me suddenly. The house was deserted. What could have happened? Was she ill? Could she? But no, it could not be that. She could not have been taken from me. God could not be so cruel. Frantically, I rang the bell. No answer came. I peered in at the windows. The house was deserted. Then began my search. Friends at first sought to conceal the truth from me, but I forced it from them. My wife had proven faithless. Another had robbed me of my dearest prize. From the moment I learned the truth, the world took on a crimson tinge. Always was there a red blur before my eyes. I sacrificed everything, my position, my worldly goods. I turned everything available into money, money that I carried always with me. I trailed the pair from place to place. They were always ahead of me, but my searching was as relentless as death itself. At last I found them. They had fled to a cabin in the western mountains. Unknown to them, I watched them and planned. I am a strong man. My hatred made me stronger. I came upon him one day alone on a high peak in the mountains. I crept upon him slowly, cautiously. He did not hear my approach. And then I had him in my arms. He was as helpless as a child. In spite of his struggles, I bore him to the edge of the cliff and lowered him until his fingers clutched it. He could not draw himself to safety, and I laughed as I saw his fingers cling to the rock. They slipped. On his face was written agony, and there was also agony engraved upon my heart. As his hands loosened, I brought the heel of my shoe down upon his fingertips. I did not stamp, but pressed firmly, and laughed at the pain I knew I was bringing to him. He had brought pain to my heart. He begged, pleaded, entreated, but I watched him smiling, watched him until he fell with a shrieking curse flung from his lips. I watched him fall, and then crash upon the jagged rocks below. I had far to go before I could reach the cabin where he had left her. I knew she would be awaiting his return, as she had once awaited mine. Night had fallen before I reached the cabin. A light gleamed from the tiny window of the log-built cabin. I saw this light gleaming through the openings among the massive trees long before I reached their love nest. It was her beacon light, the light that would guide him to her. Did she long for his comings, as I had thought she longed for mine in the days of my happiness? Approaching in silence, I crept close to the cabin wall. I peered through the window. She was there, nervously pacing back and forth across the tiny room. The light of the fire burning in the open fireplace painted her scarlet. Noiselessly, I opened the door, but she saw me almost as I entered the room. She did not scream, but her face grew white, and she trembled and swayed as a slender tree sways before the rush of storm. My eyes drank in all her splendid beauty, but my heart did not quicken as it had in those days when I had possessed her. It beat with the slow, dull throb of the heart of a wounded beast. I was strangely calm. Her lips parted as though she would speak, but there was no sound issuing from them. I saw her tongue make the effort to moisten them, but they remained dry, pallid. Slowly I approached her. She shrank from me until she was backed against the wall of the cabin. I reached forth and grasped her arm. It was cold. I could feel the tremor of fear at my touch. "I have come," was all I said. "What? What are you going to do?" she faltered, shrinking from me. I did not answer. My other hand sought her free arm, and as I grasped it, I could feel her flesh quiver under my clasp. I drew her to me and looked at the stark, naked fear in her eyes. There was a crude bunk built in one corner of the cabin. An upright post ran from its corner from the floor to roof. Clasping both of her arms within the grip of one of my hands, I loosened my belt, forcing the fear-ridden woman slowly toward the bunk. I bound her with the leather belt tightly to the post. When she was securely bound, I reached forth and pulled the clothing from her quivering body. Deliberately, ruthlessly, I stripped every vestige of covering from her. She stood before me, her glistening white flesh shrinking from my touch. I could hear the rattle in her throat as she made an effort to cry out. I had planned all that I would do. My hand sought the sheath knife that I wore in my belt. Slowly I drew it from its sheath. I tested its point with my finger. The steel felt cool beneath my touch. Again my eyes sought those of the woman standing helplessly before me. She flinched under my glance, and then there broke from her lips a torrent of prayers, of entreaties, and finally she was silent. She had fainted. I set to work rapidly. There upon her tender flesh I began carefully to carve my name. She was mine, and upon her I would place my mark of ownership. None other could have her without the knowledge that she belonged to another man. As my knife bit into her flesh, she recovered from her swoon, but under the sting of pain she again collapsed. During her conscious moments, I told her of what I intended to do. Carefully, slowly, taking all pains that my knife did not bite too deeply, I carved my name upon the fair flesh beneath her firm, rounded breasts. The crimson blood flowed steadily downward, making branching paths upon the white skin. Jackson Carey, his woman. These were the words I left engraved with all my skill upon the woman to whom I had given my name, and who could never belong to another. "Blood! Blood on white flesh! The blood of my name!" screamed number 47, crouching shiveringly in the corner of his cell. "Poor devil," muttered Bill Waterman. "We'll have to put a colored glass in the window. He's always worse off when he sees red." The end of Carved in the Flesh by Tom Rawson Hilborn.
The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine. The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. 1. By the light of a tallow candle, which had been placed on one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not, apparently, very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light upon it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures, for besides the reader, 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent and motionless, and, the room being small, not very far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partly covered by a sheet, his arms at his sides. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man only was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served for a window, all the ever-unfamiliar noises of night in the wilderness, the long, nameless note of a distant coyote, the stilly, pulsing thrill of tireless insects in trees, strange cries of night birds, so different from those of the birds of day, the drone of great blundering beetles, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all this was noted in that company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of the single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would have said of him that he was of the world, worldly, albeit there was that in his attire which attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of his environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and the hat that lay by him on the floor, he was the only one uncovered, was such that if one had considered it as an article of mere personal adornment, he would have missed its meaning. In countenance, the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though that he may have assumed or cultivated, as appropriate to one in authority. For he was a coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects, in his cabin, where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At that moment the door was pushed open, and a young man entered. He, clearly, was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty, however, as from travel. He had, in fact, been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have waited for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away, not to evade your summons, but to post to my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give here under oath." "That," replied the other, rather hotly, and with a visible flush, "is as you choose. I used manifold paper and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as part of my testimony under oath." "But you say it is incredible. That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true." The coroner was apparently not greatly affected by the young man's manifest resentment. He was silent for some moments, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew their gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker." "Age?" 27. "You knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at this place to shoot and fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him and his odd solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories." "I sometimes read them." "Thank you." "Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background, humor shows high lights. Soldiers in the intervals of battle laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. "Relate the circumstances of this man's death," said the coroner. "You may use any notes or memoranda that you please." The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle, and turning the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted, began to read. 2. The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by a trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly, we heard, at a little distance to our right and partly in front, a noise as of some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could see were violently agitated. "We started a deer," I said. "I wish we had brought a rifle." Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but he had cocked both barrels of his gun and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had a reputation for exceptional coolness, even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. "Oh, come," I said. "You are not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you?" Still he did not reply, but catching a sight of his face as he turned it slightly toward me, I was struck by the pallor of it. Then I understood that we had serious business on hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly. I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as I moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. "What is it? What the devil is it?" I asked. "That damned thing," he replied, without turning his head. His voice was husky and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance moving in the most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind, which not only bent it but pressed it down, crushed it so that it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly toward us. Nothing that I had ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomenon. Yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once, in looking carelessly out of an open window, I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked the same size as the others, but being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail, seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely upon the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspension of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of unthinkable calamity. So now the apparently causeless movement of the herbage and the slow undeviating approach of the line of disturbance were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulders and fire both barrels at the agitated grass. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and, flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexpressibly terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked in the direction of Morgan's retreat, and may heaven and mercy spare me from another sight like that. At a distance of less than 30 yards was my friend, down upon one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted, and seemed to lack the hand. At least, I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if he had been partly blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then a shifting of his position would bring it all into view again. All this must have occurred within a few seconds, yet in that time Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident, his shouts and curses were heard, as if through an enveloping uproar of such sounds of rage and fury as I had never heard from the throat of a man or brute. For a moment only I stood irresolute. Then throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side, he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased, but with a feeling of such terror as even these awful events had not inspired. I now saw the same mysterious movement of the wild oats prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of a wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. 3. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked, and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish-black, obviously caused by extravasated blood from contusions. The chest and sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved round to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief, which had been passed under the chin and knotted on the top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors, who had risen to get a better view, repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the sill, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another, each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had, in truth, seen all this before, the only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has been already explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall, bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did this your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner, gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you last escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out of the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker, as soon as he and the officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I am at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused, with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "The book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. He seemed greatly interested in it. You read in it while I was testifying. May I see it? The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet with sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which with various degrees of effort all signed. "We, the jury, do find that the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks, all the same, they had fits." 4. In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having, possibly, a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body, the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it not worth while to confuse the jury. The date of the first of the entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf is torn away. The part of the entry remaining is as follows. "Would run in a half-circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. I thought at first that he had gone mad, but on returning to the house found no other alteration in his manner than what was obviously due to fear of punishment." Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some olfactory center with images of the thing emitting them? September 2. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successively disappear, from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at the same time, but along the entire length of the ridge all that were within a degree or two of the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. I don't like this. Several weeks' entries are missing. 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all of last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning the fresh footprints were there, as before. Yet I would have sworn that I did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, insupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. If they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7. I have the solution of the problem. It came to me last night, suddenly, as by revelation. How simple, how terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that stir no chord of that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire tree-top, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at absolutely the same instant, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not all see one another. Whole tree-tops intervened. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed, too, the same simultaneous flight when all were silent, among not only blackbirds but other birds. Quail, for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean, miles apart with the convexity of the earth between them, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded, too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his comrades on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of the organ. As with sounds, so with colors. At each end of the solar spectrum, the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent colors, integral colors in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And God help me, the damned thing is of such a color. End of The Damned Thing.
Don't Think About It, by William W. Stewart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. It isn't much of a secret, but it's the only one. The trick is, Don't Think About It, by William W. Stewart. Tommy wasn't really a timid child. Sometimes he didn't understand things and was puzzled. More often, grown-ups couldn't or wouldn't understand things that were perfectly clear to him, and he was more puzzled. Occasionally, such things worried and even upset him a little. Then Mama, and sometimes Daddy, would translate bafflement into silly adult terms, and think that he was afraid. It was that way about the hole in the closet when Tommy was just a bit over 3. Tommy wasn't really afraid. Mr. Bear was afraid, and the thing did puzzle Tommy, so he asked about it. But he never did get any sensible or satisfactory answers, and that did worry and perhaps even upset him a little. But he wasn't afraid, even before Daddy finally told him, "Now, Tommy boy, don't think about it and it won't scare you. Really, there's nothing there to hurt you, if you just don't think about it. So don't you think about it any more. There's Daddy's big boy." This certainly was not any sort of explanation, but still Tommy did try hard not to think about it, as Daddy said, and now he really doesn't think about it at all anymore, or about Aunt Martha either. The hole was in the closet in Tommy's room. Tommy and Mama and Daddy lived in a not very big, not very new frame house on the edge of the city, and Aunt Martha lived with them. Tommy didn't, at least not yet, although there were promises, have any brothers or sisters. But he did have his own room, and a family of his own, too. It was the extra bedroom, and it had a closet that was cramped and with no light. Tommy liked his room. It was small, with a small bed, and it belonged to him, along with his family of Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala. It was also in easy crying range of Mama and Daddy's room and Aunt Martha's room. So if Mr. Bear, who was the timid one, got frightened in the night, Tommy could cry, purely on Mr. Bear's behalf, to bring help, or at least company. Tommy and his family all liked the closet well enough, too, except for the shelf that was out of reach even from the don't climb stool. The closet was good to hide in, or play bear cave or rabbit hole, and fine for finding missing toys after Mama had a spell of playing cleaning house. The day Tommy found the hole in the closet was the week after his 3rd birthday. Daddy was at work. Mama was out shopping. It was a rainy afternoon. Aunt Martha was sitting with Tommy and the afternoon television. He was in his room with his family, and they all agreed as soon as they heard the television coming on strong that it would be a very poor afternoon to waste on a nap. Besides, Mr. Bear's feelings had been hurt by having been somewhat left out of things recently in favor of new birthday presents, now largely broken or tiresome. To make it up to him, Tommy and Old Rabbit and Cokie all agreed to play bear cave in the closet. It was a nice game, and going well enough, except for some grumbling from Cokie Koala, who always wanted to argue and claimed that bears lived in trees, not caves. But then, and it was Mr. Bear's fault for wanting it darker so he could hibernate, the closet door shut tight. That didn't seem so serious at first. It would only mean a scolding for being out of bed when Aunt Martha would come to open it after Tommy hollered loud enough. And then there was the hole in the closet, back in the corner next to the broken drum. They all saw it, and they heard the ugly thing talking or thinking at them. It stretched out a part of itself at Mr. Bear, who was the closest. It didn't grab Mr. Bear, but he was terrified just the same, and none of them liked it. They didn't like it at all. The ugly thing couldn't come out of the hole because the hole wasn't big enough yet, but it tried and it was making the hole bigger. And it kept thinking at them, red thoughts and hungry, as it tore at the edges of the hole. The family all looked to Tommy, so Tommy cried and yelled. Finally Aunt Martha heard him and came to open the door. Then the afternoon sunlight streamed across the floor into the closet, and the ugly red thoughts from the thing pulled back, far back, so you could barely notice them, and you couldn't see the hole anymore, even though you knew it was still there. At least Tommy and Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala knew. After she opened the closet door and carried Tommy from the closet to the living room, Aunt Martha scolded. She wasn't really mad because she had waited until a commercial interrupted her television program before answering the cries from the closet, but she scolded because she was Aunt Martha, and scolding was what Aunt Martha did. A really good cry, even one worked up strictly as a service for a companion, takes a little time to turn off. Then, after a few settling gulps, Tommy tried to explain. "Auntie, Aunt Martha, there's a hole in the cave, in the closet, and there's a thing inside of it." He looked at Mr. Bear, whom he was holding by one foot, and at Cokie, dropped by Aunt Martha on the sofa, for confirmation. Then, quickly, he wriggled down from Auntie's lap. Old Rabbit. Bravely, Tommy ran to the closet and was relieved. The door was open, and in the gray afternoon light, the hole was still not to be seen. Old Rabbit, who always had a bad temper, was annoyed and snappish at having been left behind. But he was there, and all right. Tommy rescued him and ran back to Aunt Martha. It was hungry, he continued his explanation. Aunt Martha, as always, was difficult. "Who is hungry? You shouldn't be hungry, Tommy. You just had your lunch an hour ago. Do you want a glass of milk?" "Not me hungry." Tommy was impatient. Aunt Martha never seemed able to grasp any idea more complex than a glass of milk or wet pants. Little boys, in her mind, nearly always either wanted one or had the other. Such things she could and did attend to with a virtuous sense of duty done, but anything else was beyond her. "Tommy, are your pants wet?" Tommy sighed in resignation and wet his pants. It was the only thing to do. Otherwise Auntie would fuss and fume, accomplishing nothing, understanding nothing, for the rest of the afternoon. 10 minutes later, in dry pants, he finished an unwanted glass of milk. Aunt Martha, conscience appeased, returned to soap opera. Tommy and his family, nap safely forgotten, played away the afternoon, but not in the closet, or even, as was usual on rainy days, in Tommy's room. Instead, finding Daddy's old briefcase full of papers, they played office in the family room, with old Grabbit grumbling about having to be Miss Wixie, who drove the electric typewriter in Daddy's office. Mama and Daddy came home together at a bit after 5. Tommy took his scolding about messing up Daddy's papers in good part. He had expected it. But Aunt Martha was angry about the scolding she got for letting him, mild though it was. In retaliation, she said, "Tommy, you were a naughty, naughty boy, and for being so naughty you must take your big bear and your rabbit and the little bear or whatever the thing is and put them away in the closet, and leave them there till tomorrow." No, I won't. It isn't fair. They weren't bad, and the ugly thing is in the hole and it might come out and it's hungry and my family is all afraid. "Tommy," Aunt Martha's voice was sharp, "you stop that nonsense and put your toys—" Wait up now," said Daddy, who also lived in the grown-up world, but who sometimes tried to understand things. "What is this about a hole in the closet? What about something being hungry?" "That's all," said Tommy. "The ugly thing in the hole in the closet. It is hungry." There was more to it than that, of course, but how could a thing like that be explained through a wall of grown, closed minds? There was the hole in the closet. You couldn't exactly see it. You could only sort of feel seeing it, and the hairy thing. At least it seemed hairy and shapeless, or having many different shapes and a mouth and sharp teeth, and it had reached out with something and touched Mr. Bear and would have eaten him too if he had blood. But then it had pulled back from Mr. Bear, and red hunger thoughts came stronger and stronger, even now stretching out from the hole where it was hidden there in the closet. Tommy could feel the reaching, greedy thoughts. But he couldn't explain all that. "There is a hole in the closet," Tommy said again. But he knew that not even Daddy would understand. Of course Mama wouldn't. Not Mama, who was loving but very busy, and just sat so often, dreaming or listening to baby sister that they said was in her stomach, so big and fat now as to leave little lap room. Mama was too occupied looking inward to look out much at Tommy. Daddy, to give him credit, was nearly always willing to look, but there were so many things he couldn't see. Still, Tommy had to try. "The ugly thing in the hole, it wants something to eat." "Oh, Tommy, such horrible nonsense." That was Mama. She wasn't even going to think about it. It is a question sometimes whether baby sisters are worth all the bother and trouble. "Now, Tommy," Daddy was being helpful, "you say there is a hole in your closet, and that there is something in the hole?" "Well, sort of." Really, the ugly thing wasn't so much in the hole as on the other side of it, but that was close enough. "All right then, Tommy, suppose you show it to me." "What?" "Show me the hole, Tommy." "Now?" "Yes." "The hole in the closet?" "Tommy." "Yes, Daddy." This wasn't going to work out to anything good, and Tommy didn't want to go back to the closet and close the closet door anyway. The thing didn't eat Mr. Bear because Mr. Bear didn't have blood. But Daddy had, and... "Tommy." They went to the closet. At least, if he was risking a daddy, Tommy thought, he was protecting Mr. Bear and the others. "Now, where is this hole, Tommy?" "Over there by the corner," Tommy pointed. Daddy went into the closet to look. Tommy started to close the door. In the black dark, Daddy would see what Tommy meant about the thing in the hole. From the outside, Tommy started to close the door. It was a small closet and hardly big enough for both of them. "Tommy, what are you trying to do? Open that door!" But, after all, the hole wasn't there, or scarcely seemed to be there, except in the dark. "Open it up wider." I believe I do see. Wait till I get my lighter. Say, by George, I believe you're right. There is a little hole there. Looks like a mouse hole." There it was, as Tommy might have known. Grown-ups will always avoid seeing the important things. Of course there was a mouse hole there, the home of little old Mr. Mouse with the wiggly nose and the gray whiskers. He had been nice. But he wasn't there anymore, and Tommy had a pretty clear idea of what had happened to him. That poor little old Mr. Mouse had had blood. "But, Daddy—" It was hopeless. "Dory, Martha!" Daddy's hunting instinct was aroused. "Have we got a mousetrap? Any cheese? There is a hole in that closet, a little old mouse hole, and I'm gonna—" Well, perhaps this would be better than if he hadn't found anything. Tommy followed Daddy about as he finally located a mousetrap. No cheese? He cut a little piece of meat for bait. Of course Tommy knew no trap would catch the ugly thing. "What in the world happened to my lighter?" Daddy wanted to know. Tommy didn't answer that. But at least everybody, even Aunt Martha, had forgotten about shutting Tommy's family up in the closet. For now, that was enough. But later, after supper, after bath, after the shooting picture on the TV, it was time for bed. "Daddy, get on to bed now, son. Past bedtime, hop to it." "Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mama tonight." Well, it was a mighty dark night. The afternoon rain had built up into a real storm. Mr. Bear was terrified. Cokie was scared, and even tough old Rabbit didn't want to sleep in Tommy's room with the ugly thing in the hole, so hungry and waiting to rip its way out of the hole when it got dark enough. And only the street light outside the room to keep away the dark, because they would never let Tommy keep his light on at night. "My family and me don't want to sleep in my room tonight." "Now, Tommy, just because it's a little stormy, Daddy's big boy isn't afraid of a little wind and rain." "I'm not afraid, Daddy. It's my family. You know how families are. You always say about Mama—" "Never mind that now. To bed. Your own bed." "But, Daddy, there's the ugly thing in the hole, and it's hungry." "The mouse?" Daddy went to look at his trap, switching on the light in Tommy's room. He came back in a minute. "The little devil!" Did Daddy know? No. "The little devil got away with the bait clean as a whistle. Only a little plaster dust or something left in the trap where I put the meat." Mr. Bear shivered. "Now don't be foolish, Bear. You don't have blood. The ugly thing won't get you," Tommy told him softly. But Mr. Bear wouldn't listen. He was a crybaby, scaredy cat. But to tell the truth, the real, honest truth, the whole family and even Tommy didn't feel too good about it. "Tommy, what was that you were saying?" "Daddy, I want to sleep with you and Mama. Me and my family. We're scared of that thing." Tommy knew it was no less than his duty to protect them all. "Oh, now, Tommy, you don't mean to say you're afraid of a little old mouse, a big boy like you?" "Well, Mr. Bear is. I don't—" "Daddy, it is there, honest it is, in that hole, and it's hungry, and it'll come out in the dark, and—" "Tommy, a little mouse. Get into your room now, and no more argument." Tommy's face began to crumple. If he had to, he would fight this one out all the way. Tears, tantrum, kick, scream, gasp, hold his breath and turn blue. Now, Tommy boy. Daddy did mean well, and sometimes he was even right, and so Tommy always did try to do what Daddy said. "Tommy, you mustn't let things like that bother you. If we can't catch the little mouse, forget it. There's nothing more we can do, so just don't think about it, you see?" Sniff. No. Don't think about it. That's all. There's nothing there that can hurt you if you just don't think about it. So don't think about it. That's Daddy's big boy. Well, and then can we sleep with you and Mama? Aunt Martha rang in her nickel's worth. A boy ought to be ashamed to be afraid of a little mouse. It's not... Not what? It's Mr. Bear that's afraid of the... And you stop that nonsense about those ridiculous stuffed animals, you hear me? Nobody should make such a fuss about a little mouse. Mama does. Mama! Tommy let 2 fat tears trickle down his cheeks. A warning, but he meant them too. Mama, can't we... All right, stop this stupid wrangling. You know how it gets on my nerves. For goodness sake, let him sleep with us tonight. Anyway, I don't blame him. I wouldn't sleep a wink in the same room with a mouse. Be sure you shut our door tonight. Tight. You're spoiling the child, said Aunt Martha sourly. Auntie, said Tommy, I bet you're chicken to let your door stay open. Well, huffed Aunt Martha, the impertinence. I certainly shall keep my door open. No mouse is going to keep me from getting good, fresh air. Tommy was a very bright little boy. Now, with the door shut in Mama and Daddy's room, and Aunt Martha's door open, he wouldn't think about the ugly thing in the hole, waiting for dark, real dark, to come out and eat. All right, Tommy, this once you can sleep with your mother and me. Get on to bed and mind you sleep quiet. And don't spread your family all over the bed either. Yes, Daddy. And, Daddy? What? I won't think about it now, the thing in the hole. Tommy said his good nights. Tonight he even kissed Aunt Martha as if he meant it, and he took his family and he went to bed in Mama and Daddy's room. He did not think about the ugly thing. He went right to sleep, lying at the edge of the big, big bed. Tommy and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala and even Mr. Bear went right to sleep. Outside, the wind blew hard and harder and the rain drove down and it was dark. The television reception was bad. Everyone went to bed early. Good night. Lights out. In Tommy's room it was quite dark, with only the faint, watery rays of the streetlight on the corner swimming in through the rain. In the closet there was a stirring, a fumbling, a tearing, and the hole in the blackness grew, was forced bigger, wider, as the thing pushed and ripped at whatever was barring it from the warm, red, oozing food it craved, it must have, it would have. And in a sudden gust the wind blew harder still. Somewhere in town, blocks away, a wire fell, and blue sparks flashed and crackled in the dripping night. In Tommy's house the refrigerator went off. The electric clocks stopped. The streetlight blinked once and was gone, and in Tommy's closet there was a sudden mighty surge of effort, a break, and something, not a sound, but something, a harsh and bloody sense or feel of rending greed flowing outward from the closet in a wave. Aunt Martha in her sleep said, "No, oh no." Daddy interrupted a snore with a strained grunt. Mama whimpered softly and hugged to herself her swollen stomach. Tommy blinked and was awake. Soothingly he patted Cokie and Old Rabbit. He squeezed Mr. Bear's paw. Then he slipped his hand into the opening in Mr. Bear's overalls and took out Daddy's cigarette lighter. He knew how to work it, but first he waited. "Don't think about it," Daddy had told him, and he didn't think about it, really, but he couldn't help feeling it. The ugly thing was out, clear of the hole now and moving. He could feel that and the awful hunger moving with it. Aunt Martha's room was closest, and her door was open. Mama and Daddy's room was closed. The ugly thing moved faster, and reached out thirsting, hungering. From Aunt Martha's room came the quavering wail, and from the thing there flowed a sense of vicious, evil joy. There it was. But was it enough? Tommy hugged Mr. Bear once, tightly, and slipped noiselessly from the bed. He wasn't thinking about it. He wouldn't think about it. But he knew what he had to do. He had the lighter. At the bedroom door he worked it, opened the door a crack, thrust it out, and then, in a little rush, back to bed where he lay quietly. And he didn't think about it. He and Mr. Bear and Old Rabbit and Cokie Koala. After a little, the sense of feeding hunger was gone, and the feel of the ugly thing was gone back into the hole in the closet, forced back by the flickering yellow light of the flames started by the cigarette lighter. Then, when the smell of smoke grew thick in the room and he could hear the crackling of the fire burning the house, Tommy shook Daddy awake. It wasn't hard to get out through the bedroom window, except for Mama, but she made it all right, and Tommy had a little trouble holding tightly to each member of his family as Daddy lifted him out the window, but they made it all right too. Of course, Aunt Martha didn't make it. How could she? But it was fun watching the firemen in the rain from the Krausmeyer's porch next door, as the house and the closet with the hole in the closet all burned up together. Aunt Martha? Funny thing, Tommy heard one of the firemen say to another the next day in the sunshine as they looked over the smoldering ash. The old bat must have been dry as dust inside. 20 years in the department, and I never did see a body so completely consumed. Teeth, a little bone. Hey, get on away from here, son. Get along home with you. Daddy and Mama said Aunt Martha had gone away on a trip. Tommy might have known pretty well where she had gone, if he had thought about it. But he didn't think about it. None of his family did. What for? Aunt Martha had to go away, sure. She went. All right, who missed Aunt Martha? Anyway, there were lights in all of the closets in the new house they moved to, and lots of room for everyone, even baby sister. And there were no holes, not even mouse holes, in any of the closets. End of Don't Think About It.
The Door of Doom by Mary Sharon, from Weird Tales Magazine, February 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Door of Doom by Mary Sharon. Minerva Langdon listened to the regular breathing of the man in the bed, and then, satisfied that he was asleep, slipped out of bed and stole across the room to her dressing table. Noiselessly opening the drawer, she took out a small glass jar and tiptoed over to his bed. Looking down upon the sleeping man, her lips curled contemptuously. Minerva Langdon felt secure in the knowledge that she could do the thing she had planned without fear of discovery. An item in the morning newspaper had assured her that the time for retaliation upon the man she hated had arrived. That this man was her husband, and that she had promised to love, honor, and obey him, mattered not at all. Dr. Langdon was his wife's senior by 15 years, and he worshipped her with heart and soul. Yet his love for her had not prevented him from joining an expedition to Africa for the museum. Upon his return 18 months later, he learned that the heart of his beautiful wife had not grown fonder in his absence, at least not for him. He had been supplanted in her affections by Richard Montrose, a man of the world, globetrotter, and accomplished lover. Minerva made no attempt to conceal her love for Montrose, and soon after her husband's return, she asked him for a divorce. Langdon refused, thinking that the affair might prove a fleeting infatuation, and he would be able to regain her love. The Langdon house was a large, old-fashioned colonial mansion, surrounded by a grove of trees, which quite obscured it from the highway. Since they had spent their brief honeymoon here, Langdon hoped the memory might aid him in his efforts to regain the love of his beautiful, Titan-haired wife. But Minerva repelled all his advances and made it plain that his very presence was hateful to her. Langdon wandered disconsolately about the grounds of his estate, accompanied by Hugo, a giant ape that he had brought back from Africa. Denied the love of his wife, the doctor sought solace in the company of the beast, which plainly loved him as much as it is possible for an animal to do. Wherever the doctor went, Hugo accompanied him. Sometimes he would walk upright and clutch the doctor's hand, much as a child would have done, but more often he scrambled along at the doctor's heels in his peculiar shuffling gait. The sight of the ungainly beast served to heighten the aversion Miranda felt for her husband. One warm afternoon, Langdon was dozing in the hammock when the sound of voices nearby aroused him. He sat upright as he recognized the low, throaty voice of his wife, in earnest conversation with Montrose. Not caring for the role of eavesdropper, he stepped boldly around the shrubs, which had concealed his presence. The tableau which greeted him brought an involuntary cry to his lips. Minerva coolly disengaged herself from the arms of Montrose and stepped back. The air was electric with possibilities. No one spoke. At last she tamed her head back defiantly. "Well?" she challenged. "Very well," the doctor told her as he took a step forward. Montrose was pale. The situation had reduced him to a cataleptic state. He watched Langdon advance upon him, aware of his intentions, but, like a bird hypnotized by a snake, unable to move. Minerva gave a little cry and ran between them, but Langdon brushed her roughly aside and leapt at Montrose, drove his right flat squarely into his face. Montrose crumbled up and lay in a heap. Minerva screamed and dropped down beside him. Langdon dragged her to her feet. "None of that." His voice was like the snap of a lash. "I've acted pretty white, up to now. As long as you are under my roof, you will observe the letter of the conventions, if not the law. Go to your room." Montrose stirred and sat up, a look of wonderment on his blood-streaked face. Hugo seemed to enjoy the scene, almost chuckling to himself. As understanding came to him, Montrose rose and awkwardly brushed off his clothing. Minerva glared at Langdon and rubbed her reddened wrists. The doctor took out his watch. "I'm going to give you a coward's opportunity, Montrose. You should be able to make it to the gate in 8 seconds. I shall be timekeeper. If you are longer, I shall send Hugo to bring you back." Montrose gained courage from the sympathy that flashed from the woman's eyes. "See here, Langdon," he began. The doctor held out his watch. "You are wasting time, Montrose, unless you wish Hugo to give you a round. I'm beginning to count. 1. Montrose did not linger. One look at the grinning ape sent him flying. He did not make a pretty picture as he fled to safety, and Minerva put another mark down against her husband. She shook her clenched hand in his face. "Beast! How I wish I were a man!" A peculiar noise sounded behind him, and Langdon whirled just in time to prevent Hugo leaping at the enraged woman. He called the ape by name and made a clucking sound with his tongue, which Hugo seemed to understand, for he sat back on his haunches. Red fire rimmed his eyes, and he gibbered and gesticulated angrily at the woman. Minerva fell back aghast at the intensity of the beast's hatred. Completely unnerved by the experience, she allowed Langdon to lead her to the house. Safe inside, she withdrew from the support of his arms and spoke abruptly. "I'm going to demand that you get rid of that ape, or chain him up while I am here. Hugo would not harm you under ordinary circumstances. He believed you intended to harm me." Minerva shrugged her shoulders. Very well, I shall leave tonight." The doctor betrayed no feelings at her announcement. "I have not yet given up my chance to regain your love. A divorce would be contested. A husband has some rights, and any court would allow that I have not overstepped mine." Minerva drew herself up full height. "And a wife does not need to be imposed upon by a ferocious ape. Unless you chain that beast up during the night, at least, I shall not remain another minute." Langdon bowed. "Very well. I shall see that he is chained." And that had ended the episode, but Minerva did not forget the events of the afternoon. And then she read an item in the Morning Tribune, which stated that Philip Mendoza, a gardener on the Holbrook estate, which joined the Langdon property on the south, had succumbed to an attack of influenza. There was nothing startling about the announcement, but to Minerva it seemed a lightning stroke of fate. For Philip Mendoza shared with her a secret which no one else in the whole world knew. During her husband's absence, Minerva had hired Mendoza to build a cement vault in the basement of her home, in which she was storing gold against a possible elopement. She had bound the superstitious Mexican by strange and solemn oaths until she felt secure in the belief that the knowledge of its existence would never pass his lips. And now it could not, for those lips were silenced forever. Minerva had trusted her secret to no other living being, not even Montrose himself. She had exchanged her jewels and many of her other personal belongings for the gold which now reposed safely in the vault. After she read the item concerning Mendoza's death, the thought of murdering Langdon and hiding his body in the vault occurred to her, but Minerva knew she could not do it. She was not lacking in physical courage, but the idea of murder seemed too revolting. However, the suggestion would not down, and at length she hit upon a plan of chloroforming him and placing him in the vault alive. After she had decided to do the deed, she could hardly wait for night to come. The day seemed propitious, for her maid-of-all-work was going to attend a dance at the village, accompanied by the Langdon gardener. That night she secured a jar of chloroform, and, satisfied that he was asleep, cautiously lifted the lid and extracted the sponge. As if warned of the approaching danger, the doctor moved and threw up his arm. Minerva watched him dispassionately, smiled cynically as she heard him mumble her name. When his breathing became regular again, she held the sponge tightly over his face. It was the work of a moment to overpower the sleeping man. When he relaxed and fell back on the pillow, she turned on the light, and her face beamed with satisfaction as she assured herself that the worst part of her work was done. She knew that he was good for half an hour at least, but she must hurry if she would finish her plan. With a flashlight, she started for the basement. With superb coolness, she hummed a little song as she felt her way downstairs. On the landing, she stopped and listened. She thought she heard someone following her, but even as she listened, she knew this could not be. She hesitated only a second, and then, dismissing her feeling of uneasiness, groped her way down the cellar steps. As she pushed open the cellar door, she stopped again and listened. Some subtle turning of danger carried to her subconscious mind, and she heeded it without thinking. Her sixth sense told her that danger hovered behind her. A board on the stairs above her creaked slightly. She turned her flashlight toward the spot, but there was nothing. She thought she heard a rat scurry across the floor in front of her, and, making a grimace, she picked her way daintily toward the far corner. She kept close to the wall on her right because she dreaded passing close to the spot where Hugo was chained. She experienced a feeling of repugnance at the thought of being so near the ugly beast. The silence was oppressive, as the lull which precedes a tempest, So the deadly quiet in the musty cellar seemed to her alert senses to presage some sort of eerie doom. Minerva would not acknowledge her fear, but told herself that in a few minutes her task would be finished, and she would be free. Free. The word held a world of meaning for the woman who had toyed with the idea for months, until eventually nothing else seemed of any moment to her. Even the thought of taking the life of the man who loved her so absolutely that he had tried to keep her against her will would not deter her from her evil purpose. For 5 months she had been bargaining and hoarding until the little vault held enough gold to take her and her lover far from the scene of her crime. She felt along the rock wall until she came to a depression and found the delicate spring which controlled the lock of the vault. Slowly, the huge door swung outward. It had been several weeks since she had visited her storehouse, and to her sensitive fingers the spring seemed slightly rusty. She tried it twice before she was satisfied that the mechanism was in perfect order, and then, stepping forward into the vault, she picked up a bag of gold, which she carried outside, and leaned against the cellar wall. She returned and picked up another. Though Minerva did not realize it, she had hoarded the gold for her flight until it had become an obsession with her, and she had come to love the gold for itself. She had become, at heart, a miser. As she caught the second bag to her bosom, a pleasant thrill warmed her being. She dropped gracefully down upon her knees, and thrusting her hand inside the sack, she brought out its gleaming mess of gold. She directed the rays of her flashlight upon the yellow metal, and caught her breath at its beauty. All thoughts of the man who lay unconscious upon the bed upstairs, as well as those of the man who waited to fly with her, vanished as she fondled the golden metal. Upon her knees, she heard a sound behind her that curdled her blood. Langdon had failed to chain up his ape. As the shrill burst of simian laughter sounded behind her, Minerva turned and hurled herself frantically against the massive wall of concrete. In another moment, the giant ape swung it shut upon her. When Dr. Langdon recovered from the effects of the chloroform, he searched wildly for his wife. He labored under the delusion that robbers had broken in and had made away with her. His theory seemed partially substantiated when Hugo brought him a bag of gold, for Langdon decided that the robbers had dropped a part of their night's loot in making a getaway. Though the doctor offered large rewards for the apprehension of the robbers and the return of his wife, no clue to her tragic end was ever unearthed. The end of The Door of Doom by Mary Sharon.
The Hall Bedroom by W. Elwyn Backus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Hall Bedroom by W. Elwyn Backus. A vicious gust of wind shook the building, roaring off across the fields, dwindling to a rumbling sigh, only to give way to another terrific blast. With each fresh onslaught, a deluge of rain swished against the windows, till it seemed to the occupants of the big, raftered room that the lodge was about to be washed from its foundations. The leaping flame in the great open fireplace cast weird, elusive shadows upon the walls, and upon the pensive countenances of the 5 well-groomed men about the fire. The room in which they sat was the living room of the comfortable country lodge belonging to Dr. Berg Herzog, A.B., LL.D., renowned nerve specialist, who was included in the group. They had been discussing psychology, and from that had drifted on to spiritualism. Every one of the doctor's guests was a practical, successful businessman, who had little time ordinarily to give to the latter subject, were he interested. But tonight, the tumult of the elements without, the eerie shadows, and the insinuating warmth and comfort of the luxurious room combined to produce a tolerant consideration even of spirits. Assuming the existence of departed spirits desiring to communicate with us, how then shall they find a practical way to do so? Came querulously from Masters, dyspeptic and born cynic. You don't expect them to step up and beat a Morse tattoo on your skull, do you? Drawled Jim Reynolds, who was distinctly not dyspeptic, and who was inclined to frivolous wonder that anyone should coddle that inconvenient malady. I don't think you'll find the spirits seeking practical means of communication, but rather the opposite, ventured the doctor with a smile. The subconscious mind presents the likeliest medium. A lot of bunk, pronounced Masters. What became of that fellow, Nordman, I believe you said his name was, who was afflicted with the illusion of the spook eyes, Berg? Asked Gordon Sherwood, a close friend of Dr. Herzog's. The doctor stared into the fire a while before answering. Another blast of wind wrenched at the solidly built lodge, as though to lift it bodily. Stray drops of rain driven down the chimney sizzled in the blaze. Gentlemen, he said presently, that was one of the strangest cases I ever had. It was in my mind when Gordon here mentioned it. I consider it a good example of what I shall call crime psychology. Whether there is more to it than that, you may judge for yourselves. I'm going to tell you about it. This Nordman was a powerful specimen of manhood when he first came to see me, despite the fact that he had been drinking a great deal more than was good for him. A big Scandinavian with heavy, brutal features, about 35. A livid scar running from the corner of his chin past his right eye, narrowly missing it, gave him a sinister look, though he was dressed well and with fairly good taste. There was a curious suggestion of pathos about the fellow, in spite of his evident strength. His story was an odd one. He had recently arrived in New York and had engaged a room in a lodging house. It was in this room, a few days after he had taken possession of it, that a strange phenomenon first troubled him. He admitted drinking pretty heavily since his arrival. He had come home as usual one night about 11:30, full of booze, but able to walk straight and to know what he was doing. He boasted that he could carry more and remain soberer than any other man alive. Sitting on the edge of his bed, removing his shoes, his eyes roved about the room. The gas jet was not lit, but a fire burned low in the gas grate. A single picture hung in his room, depicting a country landscape during the winter, with the woods in the background. I recall his painstaking description of the scene, and I wondered at the time why he should lay so much stress on it. The wintry bleakness of the landscape and the dismal woods seemed to irritate him. This night, as his gaze wandered the picture, the reflection of the flickering grate fire on its glass face, alone marking its position on the dark wall, a chill ran through his veins. Within the frame, two tawny points of light slowly appeared and glared hatefully out at him. He got the impression that a pair of eyes were watching him as from a great distance, out of the woods. I told him that he had probably been looking at the reflection from some object on the opposite side of the room, or from distant points of light outside shining through his window. But he said the blind was down, and he persisted in referring to the phenomenon as eyes. They had recurred twice since then, at intervals of 3 or 4 days, before he'd come to see me. Lighting the jet caused them to disappear, he said, only to reappear with the darkening of the room again. "Can't you give a fellow a shot of something that'll chase him away?" he asked plaintively. "Drugging yourself won't help you," I told him. "Neither will liquor. Quit drinking and give yourself a chance." He promised he would, paid my stiff fee uncomplainingly, and went away. 2 weeks later he was back. His face was haggard and drawn, and he was leaner. I could see that he had been drinking heavily. "Doc," he said, "you have to give me something to make me sleep. Them damned eyes don't give me any rest." "You've been drinking again," I accused. "Well, yes, I did take a few the last day or so. I tried going without it a while, but they began coming back every night then, plainer and plainer. I had to take a little drink once in a while or I couldn't have stood it. That didn't seem to help much either, so I had to get drunk. But it seems like I can't get drunk enough to forget them eyes. And they're there every night now, burning into my brain all the time I'm there. When I ain't looking at the picture, I can feel them staring out into the room. God, it's terrible." His big voice trailed off into a sort of pathos which might have seemed ridiculous had he not been so desperately in earnest. "Why don't you try another room, or turn the picture to the wall?" "They'd follow me anyhow, like them Bells did that Shakespeare fella I heard them tell about, and I wouldn't touch that damn picture for nothing." I could see that the man was rapidly going to pieces. This thing, imaginary or otherwise, had preyed upon his mind until he was all but a total wreck, mentally and physically. Nothing but an entire change of environment could benefit him. But my curiosity was piqued. I wanted to look at this room of his and the troublesome picture. So I said, "Suppose you take me up to your room and let me see this picture." He snatched at my suggestion eagerly. The prospect of someone's accompanying him into that hateful room seemed to cheer him up wonderfully. My car stood in front of my office, and we got in it and drove right over. On the way, he opened up and told me a few things about himself. It seemed that during the Klondike Gold Rush, he and a partner of his had made a strike and cleaned up. They had divided the dust, sold their claim for a handsome sum, and each had gone his way. His partner had been a chap of learnin', and with a girl somewhere in the States, while he, Nordman, had no such ties, and preferred to spend some of his suddenly begotten wealth in seeing a bit of the world. He had taken in Paris, London, even Switzerland, but had liked Paris best, with its gay wild life of the underworld. Finally, he had drifted back to the States and New York. Here he had found himself a comfortable room, not fancy, but a place where he could feel at home. Having a tidy sum left, with no need to work, he had continued to take life easy. With nothing to occupy his mind, he had begun drinking heavier than was good for him. That is, more than he had been drinking. Then one night had come this illusion, with subsequent repetitions culminating in his visit to my office. Throughout his narrative, I got the impression somehow that he was keeping something back, some dread secret that he guarded. I found myself speculating on a possible connection between the eyes and his past. Arriving before the house in which he lodged, I found it a fairly respectable-looking frame dwelling of 2 stories, needing a coat of paint perhaps, but with curtains at the windows and at least a clean vestibule. Nordman fitted a key into the door, and we stepped into a narrow hallway with a staircase leading to the mysteries of the 2nd floor. Up these stairs we made our way in the dim light, which struggled through the stained glass of the front door. I caught a glimpse of a white apron and a dust cap disappearing into a doorway in the back part of the lower passage. His landlady, probably. A dozen steps along a narrow hall at the head of the flight brought us before a door on our right, which Nordman unlocked and swung inward, revealing an ordinary-appearing small room with drawn blind. A bed, washstand dresser, and 1 chair were the sole furnishings, and a single picture on the wall, opposite that against which one side of the bed rested. Although the temperature of the April day without was fairly warm, a low fire burned in the gas grate. The air in the room was stale and uncomfortably warm. It has always been a source of wonder to me how some people can not only live under such conditions, but actually be comfortable. I secured Nordman's reluctant assent to raise the window. This was by the foot of the bed. I stepped over to the picture on the other wall expectantly. I don't know what I expected to see, but I was conscious of an eagerness which belied my conviction that this man was simply a victim of a hallucination. What I saw was merely a cheap print in a gaudy frame, a scene of snow-clad fields and a dark copse in the background. That was all. I turned to find Nordman regarding it over my shoulder. "An ordinary enough picture," I said petulantly. "Nothing strange about it. Why don't you quit thinking about these imaginary eyes and be a man? Cut out the booze, keep a little fresh air in this room, and find yourself something to do to occupy your mind during the day." He seemed to catch some of the spirit of my confidence, and my presence in the room evidently fortified his nerve, for he laughed rather shamefacedly, and mumbled some sort of an excuse and promise, adding a plaintive reference again to his inability to sleep. Realizing his lack of willpower and taking pity on him, I agreed to give him a sleeping potion sufficient for several nights to enable him to get some needed rest and strength of mind to fight this illusion. That he was suffering from the knowledge of a crime he had committed, I was convinced. I obtained his promise once more that he would let drink alone, but I had my doubts about his keeping it. He also promised me that he would try to get something to do the next day. Before I left him, I took the troublesome picture down from the wall and turned it over, to show him that there was nothing unusual about it. It had the ordinary backing of cardboard held in place with small tacks, and was exactly like thousands of other cheap pictures seen hanging about almost everywhere one goes. He seemed greatly relieved at this treatment of the thing, and even ventured to rap it recklessly a couple of times, just to show his careless disregard of it. Then we hung it up again. I took a look around for some object which might be responsible for the reflection of 2 such points of light as he had described, but I must confess that I discovered nothing of the kind. He was to come in to see me again a week later, and let me know how he was getting along. But when he showed up again at my office early the second morning afterward, more haggard-looking than ever, I was not much surprised. In fact, I had been more than half expecting him. I could see that he was tremendously excited and nervous to an extreme. My heart went out to the poor wretch. He was a victim of himself, and there was almost nothing that I could do for him. "How's tricks?" I asked him, not knowing anything better to say. "I've been through hell," he choked. "Sit down and tell me about it," I said, pushing a chair toward him. He dropped into it heavily. I waited patiently while he stared across the room in silence for a minute or more, until I began to think he'd forgotten me. "I took that dope you gave me to make me sleep," he began presently, speaking fast and jerkily. "Got my first night's rest in a long while. That made me feel pretty good, and I went out next morning and looked for a job. I guess maybe jobs ain't very easy to find right now, though, and I didn't do no good. So I got some chow for supper early, then went back to my room to get some more good sleep. After you'd had that picture down, I wasn't afeard of it anymore. So when I got home, I turned its face to the wall, sort of as a joke. Well, I turned out the light and went on to bed. For a while I laid there watching the back of that picture through force of habit, but I didn't see anything unusual. I began to get pretty drowsy and was about to fall asleep when I had an uncomfortable feeling that something was watching me from behind, out of the other wall that my bed sets against. He paused, and an involuntary shudder ran through his body. This thing certainly had him buffaloed. I let him take his time about going on. "It sounds funny sitting here in broad daylight," he went on apologetically, "but I was afeard to turn over and look, and yet I was afeard more to lay there with my back to that wall. Before I looked, I knew what I would see, and the thought of those eyes loose, outside of that picture frame that until then had somehow locked them in, turned me cold. Finally, I got up enough courage to turn my head. Sure enough, there they were, brighter and greener than ever, and less than 3 feet away. I could see the pupils in them plainly. For a moment I was too scared to move. I seemed paralyzed. Then, all of a sudden, the spell was broken. The next instant, I had leaped clear of the bed in one bound and was fumbling on the mantel for a match. I broke 2 before I could get one to burn. All the time I could feel them boring into my back. When I got the gas jet lit and looked again, they were gone. The rest of the night, I sat up with a light burning. And I turned that picture around again. I wanted to keep them where they belonged. It all struck me as so absurd that I wanted to laugh. But when I looked at his drawn face and saw how deadly serious he was, I felt almost guilty. Whatever the cause, I knew that his hallucination was tragically real to him. I cudgeled my brain for some practical means of helping the unhappy man. "Of course, this is all simply a disorder of the mind," I told him. "The eyes are not really there, but you see them just as though they were. Now, I can help you if you will help yourself. Will you try?" He said he would, but he didn't seem very certain about it. "All right, here's what you must do. First, give up that room. Next, give up liquor as much as possible, altogether if you can, and get out of the city, out into the open. Find some good hard work to do where you'll be thrown with other men. Don't loaf, and don't remain alone. Keep your hands and mind occupied, and mix with your fellow men constantly. You look husky. Try a lumber camp." "I have been a lumberman," he said, bracing up a bit. "Where?" Up north," he evaded after a slight pause. "All right," I said. "There's your cure. Go to it. If you don't, I'm through with you." He thought that over a minute. His brain didn't work overly fast. "I'll do it," he said presently, with more determination than I thought he was capable of. He added, "And when I'm in shape again, I'm coming back here and show you what there is inside this old husk of mine." "That's the spirit," I responded enthusiastically. For the moment, I believed he'd do it. So he went out. I expected him back in a couple of days, but he didn't come back the second nor the third day. A week passed, and then another, several weeks, and several months, in fact, without any sign of him. His case had interested me strangely. Although I was busy with other matters daily, I thought of him a good deal. Finally, I decided to inquire about him at his old quarters, so I drove round there one afternoon. His landlady came to the door at my ring. It was plain that she had seen better days. About 50, rather the worse for wear, she nevertheless had that unmistakable atmosphere of refinement about her which cannot entirely be lost once possessed. A dust cap of suspected cleanliness adorned her head. That seemingly inevitable piece of apparel of landladies has always been one of mystery and fascination for me. I'll find myself speculating on their origin, function, and subtle camouflage so admired by their wearers, and so disconcerting to those who are obliged to regard them. Yes, she remembered the gentleman on the second floor back, the big fellow who used to annoy her other roomers occasionally by falling up the stairs. Otherwise, he was a model roomer, always paying promptly in advance, which was more than she could say for some of the others, she confided. He'd left her house some months since, but had retained the room, paying her for a year in advance and requesting that nothing in it be disturbed. Did she know where he had gone? No, she did not. He had left no address and received no mail. He was an odd man, rarely speaking a word to anyone except when necessary. I thanked her and went on. So he had retained his room. Why? Did it hold some strange fascination for him? Or did he merely wish to keep it to test the strength of his cure when he returned? Would he return, or would his determination forsake him somewhere else, letting him hopelessly down into the very depths? These were the thoughts that ran through my mind as I drove home. One of my questions, at least, was answered less than a month later, when Nordman himself walked into my office one afternoon. Seldom have I witnessed a more striking change in any man. Gone were the haggard lines, the pouches under the eyes, and the hollows round them. Hard as nails, his lithe 6 feet 2 inches a striking example of physical perfection. "Ah, you see, Nordman," I told him after we'd greeted each other. "Exercise, fresh air, and a change of environment turn the trick. Yes, that little vacation did me a lot of good, thanks to your getting me started right. But I just let my imagination get my goat before. No more." What he had lacked before in confidence, he now had in overabundance. Somehow, I hated to see him go back to that room again. "Well, I expect you'll want to find yourself some more cheerful quarters now," I ventured. He looked at me curiously, as though reading my thoughts. "No," he replied. "I figure on going back there and laughing at that damn picture on the wall. I'm going to stay with it until I show it up. I'm going to get even with it." His voice dropped into a growl. It was evident that he held a deep grudge against the thing. Just how he could get even with a picture I didn't clearly understand. We shook hands, and he promised to drop in to see me once in a while. It happened that I was kept unusually busy for the next 3 weeks, with the result that I found myself on the ailing list, and decided to run up here for a long-denied vacation. I arranged with someone to take over my practice while I was gone, and came on. Here I stayed for 2 weeks. At the end of that time, I returned to the city and my practice. Half expecting that Nordman had been in during my absence, I inquired as to whether he'd been there, but he had not. There was no good reason for me to bother about him, for if ever a man had been cured, he certainly seemed to be when I had last seen him. And yet his case persistently recurred to my mind. I had an odd presentiment that he was in trouble. The fellow had aroused my curiosity and sympathy both. Recalling his pitiable condition before his cure, I was forced to a measure of admiration over his dogged determination to return to the scene of his previous illusion and conquer it thoroughly. I decided to look him up and find out how he was getting along. As I approached the entrance to the dingy abode for the 3rd time, I could not suppress a strange foreboding. I dreaded what I might discover within. I mounted the worn stone steps slowly and pulled the old-style bell knob. Somewhere in the inner regions the bell jingled. Presently I heard footsteps. Someone fumbled with the latch and the door swung inward a few inches. A dust-capped head peered out at me suspiciously. "Oh, it's the gentleman that called before," she recited, meaning undoubtedly that she remembered me from my last visit. She pulled the door open and asked me in. I observed that she was in a state of considerable excitement. "You'll be wanting to see Mr. Nordman," she hurried on before I could add a query to my greeting. "But they've taken him out." "Taken him out?" I said. "Where? Who?" "Oh, didn't you know? Something terrible happened last night." I began to wonder if there was something in premonitions after all. "What happened?" "Well, we don't exactly know what did happen," she went on in her roundabout fashion. "You see, if you don't mind my saying so, your friend Mr. Nordman was pretty noisy at times. My other lodgers complained sometimes about his stumbling up the stairs at night when he came in. But he always paid me on the dot and minded his own business. After he came back from that long trip, he did pretty well. But of late, he began to get noisier than before, so that I was thinking I might have to ask him to look for another room. He looked so good when he first came back, but he got to looking worse and worse, till I was almost afraid to say anything to him about the room, even if I hadn't been sorry for him." I saw there was no use trying to stop her, so I let her go on telling me about the matter in her own way. Sooner or later, she would lead up to what I wanted to know. "Well, night before last," she continued, "I heard Mr. Nordman come in about 11 o'clock. He was fairly quiet, and I was just about to fall asleep when I heard him begin thumping about in his room. He was making such a racket that I made up my mind I'd go rap on his door and ask him to be a little quieter. I waited a minute, though, hoping he'd stop, but the noise got worse and worse. It sounded like he was throwing things around, something he'd never done before. Just then, Mr. Stambley, the man across the hall, knocked on my door and said I'd have to do something or he'd leave, because he had to have his sleep. So I got out of bed, slipped something on quickly, and stepped out into the hall here. As I started up the stairs, there was a dreadful crash in Mr. Nordman's room. I was afraid to go up alone then, so Mr. Stambley said he'd come up with me." At this point in her narrative, the landlady paused and indulged in a shudder, glancing nervously up the dimly lighted stairway. "Mr. Stambley went ahead, but he didn't seem to be in a great hurry. It seemed to me that it took an age to climb these stairs. Strange sounds were coming from that room. The terrific banging and thumping continued louder than ever, and I could have taken an oath that I heard a growl several times, low and terrible. It went right through me. At the top of the stairs, Mr. Stambley refused to go on ahead. He reminded me that it was proper that I should be the one to knock on the door and speak to Mr. Nordman. Well, I saw he was a bit nervous, and what he said was true. So I started down the hall, with him trailing behind me. All the while, that awful uproar kept right on. Just as I reached the door to Mr. Nordman's room, there was another frightful crash, accompanied by the sound of falling glass, and I am sure I heard that strange low growl again over it all. I raised my hand and knocked weakly on the door. As though in response to a prearranged signal, the uproar ceased abruptly. The sudden quiet that followed terrified me far more than the previous din. I was frozen with an unreasoning horror of what I knew not. But I forced myself somehow to try the door, only to find, as I had expected, that it was locked. I called out to Mr. Nordman, but received no answer. I remembered that I had no duplicate key to that door. It was here that Mr. Stambley seemed to recover from his former trepidation. He tried the door and offered to force it open for me. Convinced now that something dreadful had happened, I told him to go ahead. At his second lunge, the lock gave way, but the door swung open only a few inches. Some object lodged behind it prevented its swinging back further without force. He jammed the door back as far as it would go and looked in cautiously. I peeped over his shoulder, all a tremble. The light was out, but a low flame flickered in the grate, throwing strange, pulsing shadows about the room. A curious conglomeration of odors pervaded the stale atmosphere. A soft hissing and the faint smell of escaping gas warned me that the gas jet was still turned on, having no doubt been knocked out during the recent disturbance. Before I could caution him, Mr. Stambley had lit a match. Holding this in shaking fingers, he advanced into the room and lit the jet. As the light flared up, a scene of utter desolation met our gaze. Indeed, at first sight, the chandelier seemed to be the only thing unbroken. The big looking-glass over the dresser was smashed into fragments. Both chairs and the small table were reduced to kindling. The grate burner was bent awry, and the window blind hung by a corner. The glass of the picture I put on the wall was broken, and its frame oddly distorted. At a sharp exclamation behind me, I turned quickly. The obstruction behind the door was explained. Huddled there, half reclining, half crouched, his back wedged against the wall, was Mr. Nordman. His stout garments were torn to ribbons. One arm was thrown over his face in a pathetic attitude of defense. I shuddered as Mr. Stambley stooped and raised the arm. Nordman was dead. His throat and face were horribly slashed and torn almost beyond recognition. Mingled with whiskey fumes and a warm, sickly odor in the room was an unmistakable animal taint, like that of a dog. She put her hand to her throat and swayed a moment. Although the scene she'd just recalled was one that might well shake anyone's nerves, I perceived that she really enjoyed the telling of it. I suspected that her emotion was influenced by a desire to supply a fitting climax to her dramatic narrative. She regained her composure quickly, and thanking me for my proffered assistance, asked whether I should like to see Nordman's room. As we mounted the creaking stairs, I could not suppress a slight shudder at the thought of that dismal room awaiting us, and of poor Nordman's last moments in it. But if his landlady was still troubled with the nervousness exhibited the minute previous, she showed no sign of it now. She approached the door and opened it, without hesitation. Once more, I shivered involuntarily as I hesitated on the threshold. A moment later, I stood within the somber walls of that fateful room. Everything evidently remained in the same condition as at the time of the tragedy. The landlady murmured an excuse for her neglect. The room presented the appearance of a wrecked bar-room. The lone chair had been broken into a dozen pieces, as though frantically used as a weapon of defense. Its legs, back, and rungs were strewn all about the room, mingled with the splinters of the broken dresser mirror. The blinds still hung by a corner, permitting the passage of sufficient daylight to disclose marks of violent blows upon the walls, where Nordman had evidently struck them with the chair in a vain effort to defend himself. By a miracle, the pitcher and bowl on the washstand had escaped destruction. My eyes sought the strange picture on the wall. There it hung, its scene of bleak desolation glaring balefully out into the room. I almost hated it at that instant as much as Nordman probably did. Dark and forbidding, its shadow background of trees struck me almost as a menace. I wondered why some artists prefer to depict such dreary scenes rather than ones of sunlight and cheer. Then I realized the whole matter was getting on my nerves. But the strangest thing about the picture was the odd distortion of its frame, from which the glass had been smashed, or burst. It did not seem to have been struck, but rather to have been spread apart, as from the passage of some large body through it. 3 corners held, and there was not a scratch on it, except where the top strip was snapped in two, the broken ends forced upwards. I stepped closer to examine them. A wisp of tawny hair was caught in the splintered wood. My thoughts leapt to the landlady's mention of the dog-like odor when she had entered the room the night before. Was there some connection between that and this bit of coarse hair? She had known nothing of Nordman's hallucination, yet she had promptly described the taint in the air as similar to that of a dog. Idly my eyes strayed along the floor to a point beneath the bed. A scrap of white caught my eye. A moment later I held in my hand a torn sheet of paper on which a few lines were scrawled. It appeared to be a leaf from a diary, probably jerked out in a moment of alarm. I drank in the words eagerly. "They're terrible close now. I can feel them on my back like they might spring out at me at any minute. God, how long?" Here the writing ended in a blot. Doubtless it was while in the act of penning these words the disaster overtook him. It was like a message from the other world. I looked up to find the landlady, too, reading past my shoulder in great excitement. She gave no heed to my belated apology, which I had not thought of in my eagerness to read the scrawled lines when I pounced upon the scrap of paper. "Was a book found with more writing like this in it?" I asked. "No," she answered in a whisper. "Nothing's been disturbed yet. You may look about if you wish." I thanked her and glanced round the room speculatively. If he were writing in his diary when interrupted, tearing a leaf from it, the book should have fallen to the floor. A bottle of ink on the washstand, with stopper missing, caught my gaze. That would be where he sat writing, for there was no table in the room, with his back to the picture. I stooped and looked on the floor about the washstand. Then I saw it, a cheaply bound, gray-covered volume laying beneath the feet of the bed nearby. I picked it up and began turning the leaves excitedly. Yes, the writing was the same, and a page had been pulled out after the last one written on in the book, which was, as I had expected, a crude diary. "May I have this in remembrance of my friend?" I asked. I anticipated a refusal, but she acquiesced readily enough. I put the book in my pocket, and with a glance at the dark spot on the floor behind the door, I passed out of that chamber of gloom. Not until I had left the house behind was my curious feeling of oppression dispelled. Reaching my office again, I opened the book with quickening pulse. I don't know what I expected to find, but I hoped to find some solution of the man's strange illusion or obsession there. I call it that for want of a better name. I had no qualms about reading it, for he had told me he had no living kin. Poor devil, having and seeking no friends, and cursed with an incurable malady of the brain, more dread and fatal than a vendetta. I suppose I was as near to a friend as he had had for a long while. What manner of life had he lived to bring this thing upon him? The doctor gazed reminiscently into the fire for a minute. A log dropped apart with a sharp report, and a shower of sparks raced up the dark flue. His guests waited intently for him to resume his narrative. "I have that book here," he said presently. "I'm sure it will be of interest to you. Will you excuse me a minute while I get it?" He crossed the spacious room to the book-filled shelves which lined another side of the room, and selected a small volume with a sureness suggesting frequent reference to it. This, gentlemen, contains Nordman's strange account of the last several years of his unfortunate life. I shall quote from it. He thumbed the worn pages familiarly. Here's an entry dated about a week after Nordman had returned cured. July 24th, 1901. They're coming back. Tonight I can see them far back in the darkness of the woods, waiting. Soon they'll be burning again into my brain and flesh as before. The doctor skipped several entries, selecting another. August 3rd, 1901. Started to go see the doctor today, but decided not to. I will fight them alone, staying with them until I beat them or they get me. They creep closer, closer every night, stealing forward while I sleep. I dare not destroy their lair and release them again, and I won't run away from them. Nordman met his fate on the night of August 10th. Here's the last entry he made prior to writing the page which I found on the floor. August 9th, 1901. I have given up my search for work. Foreman said they can't use a wreck. No matter. Now I can have as much rum as I like. Only it no longer dulls their devilish glare, but it helps me laugh at them. They grip my heart with cold fear, yet somehow I would miss them if they went away. Big savage Skag, how he hated me. Who was Skag? Asked Reynolds. Who was Iron Masque? At what o'clock was Socrates born? Ask him something easy, grumbled Masters, who was nevertheless more interested than petulant. There's the diary, Reynolds retorted. Skag, gentlemen, said Dr. Herzog, was a Great Dane that belonged to Nordman's partner Emerson back in 1897, when they made their strike in the Klondike. Nordman not only tells about the animal in his diary, but confesses to having killed his master, and gives a complete account of the events that led up to the deed. Overtaken by an Alaskan winter, Emerson and Nordman were cut off from the rest of the world for months. They'd cleaned up more than $30,000 in dust and nuggets before the winter caught them. Many long evenings they spent planning what they were going to do with their riches, when they could go out in the spring. But gradually the confinement of their small cabin, the monotony of their restricted diet, and the devil that is in all men resulted in petty quarreling. At first they quarreled simply for want of anything else to do. Generally they quarreled over the gambling, or about Skag, for whom Nordman had developed a violent dislike that was viciously reciprocated by the animal. Yet the quarrel that resulted in Emerson's death was over neither of these things. Emerson took to babbling incessantly of the girl who was waiting for him in the States. He'd not seen her in a year. Nordman, growing weary of listening to Emerson's ramblings, passed some remark that Emerson resented. Result, a fight, in which Emerson was shot, and Nordman narrowly missed being chewed to death by Skag. In the end, he succeeded in also shooting the frenzied animal, but not before he'd received the slash on the side of his face that left the jagged scar that he carried the rest of his days. Emerson died without regaining consciousness. Early in the spring, Nordman slunk out and reached the States. From thence he traveled over the world, trying to forget in a riot of spending and dissipation. Tiring of this finally, he returned to the States and settled down in New York. And there, brooding in his dingy little room, he was first troubled by the illusion of Skag's eyes. The doctor laid the diary aside and paused a moment reflectively. I have now told you all the details known in this strange case, he said. What was the cause of Nordman's violent death? A hush descended upon the little group. The low moaning of the spent storm added to the atmosphere of mystery. A harsh cackle of dry mirth broke the spell. Bunk, all bunk, rasped Masters. End of The Hall Bedroom. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
A Haunted House by Virginia Woolf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Haunted House by Virginia Woolf. Whatever hour you woke, there was a door shutting. From room to room they went, hand in hand, lifting here, opening there, making sure. A ghostly couple. Here we left it, she said. And he added, Oh, but here too. It's upstairs, she murmured. And in the garden, he whispered. Quietly, they said, or we shall wake them. But it wasn't that you woke us. Oh, no. They're looking for it. They're drawing the curtain, one might say, and so read on a page or two. Now they've found it, one would be certain, stopping the pencil on the margin. And then, tired of reading, one might rise and see for oneself, the house all empty, the door standing open, only the wood pigeons bubbling with content and the hum of the threshing machine sounding from the farm. What did I come in here for? What did I want to find? My hands are empty. Perhaps it's upstairs, then. The apples were in the loft, and so down again, the garden still as ever, only the book had slipped into the grass. But they had found it in the drawing room. Not that one could ever see them. The window panes reflected apples, reflected roses. All the leaves were green in the glass. If they moved in the drawing room, the apple only turned its yellow side. Yet, the moment after, if the door was opened, spread about the floor, hung upon the walls, pendant from the ceiling, what? My hands were empty. The shadow of a thrush crossed the carpet. From the deepest wells of silence, the wood pigeon drew its bubble of sound. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beat softly. The treasure buried. The room. The pulse stopped short. Oh, was that the buried treasure? A moment later, the light had faded. Out in the garden, then? But the trees spun darkness for a wandering beam of sun. So fine, so rare, coolly sunk beneath the surface, the beam I sought always burnt behind the glass. Death was the glass. Death was between us, coming to the woman first, hundreds of years ago, leaving the house, sealing all the windows. The rooms were darkened. He left it, left her, went north, went east, saw the stars turned in the southern sky, sought the house, found it dropped beneath the downs. Safe, safe, safe. The pulse of the house beat gladly. The treasure yours. The wind roars up the avenue. Trees stoop and bend this way and that. Moonbeams splash and spill wildly in the rain. But the beam of the lamp falls straight from the window. The candle burns stiff and still. Wandering through the house, opening the windows, whispering not to wake us, the ghostly couple seek their joy. Here we slept, she says, and he adds, kisses without number. Waking in the morning, silver between the trees, upstairs, in the garden, when summer came, in winter's no time. The doors go shutting far in the distance, gently knocking like the pulse of a heart. Nearer they come, cease at the doorway. The wind falls, the rain slides silver down the glass. Our eyes darken, we hear no steps behind us, we see no lady spread her ghostly cloak. His hands shield the lantern. Look, he breathes, sound asleep, love upon their lips. Stooping, holding their silver lamp above us, long they look and deeply, long they pause. The wind drives straightly, the flame stoops slightly. Wild beams of moonlight cross both floor and wall, and, meeting, stain the faces bent, the faces pondering, the faces that search the sleepers and seek their hidden joy. Safe, safe, safe. The heart of the house beats proudly. Long years, he sighs. Again you found me. Here, she murmurs, sleeping, in the garden reading, laughing, rolling apples in the loft. Here we left our treasure. Stooping, their light lifts the lids upon my eyes. Safe, safe, safe! The pulse of the house beats wildly. Waking, I cry, oh, is this your buried treasure? The light in the heart. End of A Haunted House.
An Imperfect Conflagration by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Belle. An Imperfect Conflagration by Ambrose Bierce. Early one June morning in 1872, I murdered my father, an act which made a deep impression on me at the time. This was before my marriage, while I was living with my parents in Wisconsin. My father and I were in the library of our home, dividing the proceeds of a burglary which we had committed that night. These consisted of household goods, mostly, and the task of equitable division was difficult. We got on very well with the napkins, towels, and such things, and the silverware was parted pretty nearly equally. But you can see for yourself that when you try to divide a single music box by two without a remainder, you will have trouble. It was that music box which brought disaster and disgrace upon our family. If we had left it, my poor father might now be alive. It was a most exquisite and beautiful piece of workmanship, inlaid with costly woods and carven very curiously. It would not only play a great variety of tunes, but would whistle like a quail, bark like a dog, crow every morning at daylight, whether it was wound up or not, and break the 10 Commandments. It was this last mentioned accomplishment that won my father's heart and caused him to commit the only dishonorable act of his life, though possibly he would have committed more if he had been spared. He tried to conceal that music box from me, and declared upon his honor that he had not taken it, though I know very well that, so far as he was concerned, the burglary had been undertaken chiefly for the purpose of obtaining it. My father had the music box hidden under his cloak. We had worn cloaks by way of disguise. He had solemnly assured me that he did not take it. I knew that he did, and knew something of which he was evidently ignorant, namely, that the box would crow at daylight and betray him, if I could prolong the division of profits till that time. All occurred as I wished. As the gaslight began to pale in the library, and the shape of the windows was seen dimly behind the curtains, a long cock-a-doodle-doo came from beneath the old gentleman's cloak, followed by a few bars of an aria from Tannhäuser, ending with a loud click. A small hand axe, which we had used to break into the unlucky house, lay between us on the table. I picked it up. The old man, seeing that further concealment was useless, took the box from under his cloak and set it on the table. "Cut it in two if you prefer that plan," said he. "I tried to save it from destruction." He was a passionate lover of music, and could himself play the concertina with expression and feeling. I said, "I do not question the purity of your motive. It would be presumptuous of me to sit in judgment on my father. But business is business, and with this axe I am going to effect a dissolution of our partnership unless you will consent in all future burglaries to wear a bell punch." "No," he said, after some reflection. "No, I could not do that. It would look like a confession of dishonesty. People would say that you distrusted me." I could not help admiring his spirit and sensitiveness. For a moment I was proud of him, and disposed to overlook his fault. But a glance at the richly jeweled music box decided me, and, as I said, I removed the old man from this vale of tears. Having done so, I was a trifle uneasy. Not only was he my father, the author of my being, but the body would be certainly discovered. It was now broad daylight, and my mother was likely to enter the library at any moment. Under the circumstances, I thought it expedient to remove her also, which I did. Then I paid off all the servants and discharged them. That afternoon I went to the chief of police, told him what I had done, and asked his advice. It would be very painful to me if the facts became publicly known. My conduct would be generally condemned. The newspapers would bring it up against me if ever I should run for office. The chief saw the force of these considerations. He was himself an assassin of wide experience. After consulting with the presiding judge of the Court of Variable Jurisdiction, he advised me to conceal the bodies in one of the bookcases, get a heavy insurance on the house, and burn it down. This I proceeded to do. In the library was a bookcase which my father had recently purchased of some cranky inventor, and had not filled. It was, in shape and size, something like the old-fashioned wardrobes which one sees in bedrooms without closets, but opened all the way down, like a woman's nightdress. It had glass doors. I had recently laid out my parents, and they were now rigid enough to stand erect. So I stood them in this bookcase, from which I had removed the shelves. I locked them in and tacked some curtains over the glass doors. The inspector from the insurance office passed a half-dozen times before the case, without suspicion. That night, after getting my policy, I set fire to the house and started through the woods to town, 2 miles away, where I managed to be found about the time the excitement was at its height. With cries of apprehension for the fate of my parents, I joined the rush and arrived at the fire some 2 hours after I had kindled it. The whole town was there as I dashed up. The house was entirely consumed, but in one end of the level bed of glowing embers, bolt upright and uninjured, was that bookcase. The curtains had burned away, exposing the glass doors, through which the fierce red light illuminated the interior. There stood my dear father, in his habit as he lived, and at his side the partner of his joys and sorrows. Not a hair of them was singed. Their clothing was intact. On their heads and throats, the injuries which, in the accomplishment of my designs, I had been compelled to inflict, were conspicuous. As in the presence of a miracle, the people were silent. Awe and terror had stilled every tongue. I was myself greatly affected. Some 3 years later, when the events herein related had nearly faded from my memory, I went to New York to assist in passing some counterfeit United States bonds. carelessly looking into a furniture store one day, I saw the exact counterpart of that bookcase. I bought it for a trifle from a reformed inventor, the dealer explained. He said it was fireproof, the pores of the wood being filled with alum under hydraulic pressure, and the glass made of asbestos. I don't suppose it is really fireproof. You can have it at the price of an ordinary bookcase. No, I said. If you cannot warrant it fireproof, I won't take it. And I bade him good morning. I would not have had it at any price. It revived memories that were exceedingly disagreeable. End of An Imperfect Conflagration by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California.
The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Ridpath. The Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. In the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy, and dauntless, and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light-hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had a gate of iron. The courtiers have entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers, and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave the means neither of ingress nor egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions, the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime, it was folly to grieve or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons. There were improvisatori. There were ballet dancers. There were musicians. There was beauty. There was wine. All ease and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was towards the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first, let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. These were 7, an imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, A tall, narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor, which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The seventh apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon the carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the window failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum, amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod, bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illuminated the room. And thus were produced a multiple of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western, or black chamber, the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment, also, that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang. And when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud, and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance, to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows, as if in a confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embraced 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then there were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But, in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric luster. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed in great part the movable embellishments of the 7 chambers upon occasion of this great fete, and it was his own guiding taste which had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies such as the madman fashions. There were much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the 7 chambers there stalked, in fact, a multiple of dreams. And these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as an echo of their steps. And, anon, there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet, and then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff, frozen as they stand, but the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half-subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe, to and fro, more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many tinted windows through which stream the rays of the tripods. But to the chamber, which lies most westwardly of the 7, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls. And to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet, there comes from near the clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears, who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolution of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure, which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumor of this new presence, having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz or murmur expressive of disapprobation and surprise. Then, finally, of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now to deeply feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet, all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revelers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of the Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its role, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but in the next his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But, from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and, while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centers of the room to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached, in rapid impetuosity, to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revelers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask, which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by a tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revelers in the blood-bedewed halls of the revel, and died, each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay, and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of The Masque of the Red Death. Recording by Rick Ridpath, Warminster, Pennsylvania.
A Mother of Monsters by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Carcamo. A Mother of Monsters by Guy de Maupassant. I recalled this horrible story, the events of which occurred long ago, and this horrible woman the other day at a fashionable seaside resort where I saw on the beach a well-known, young, elegant, and charming Parisienne, adored and respected by everyone. I had been invited by a friend to pay him a visit in a little provincial town. He took me about in all directions to do the honors of the place, showed me some noted scenes, chateaux, industries, ruins. He pointed out monuments, churches, old carved doorways, enormous or distorted trees, the oak of St. Andrew, and the yew of the Roquebois. When I had exhausted my admiration and enthusiasm over all the sights, my friend said with a distressed expression on his face that there was nothing left to look at. I breathed freely. I would now be able to rest under the shade of the trees. But, all at once, he uttered an exclamation. "Oh yes, we have the Mother of Monsters. I must take you to see her." "Who is that?" "The Mother of Monsters," I asked. "She is an abominable woman," he replied. "A regular demon, a being who voluntarily brings into the world deformed, hideous, frightful children, monstrosities in fact, and then sells them to showmen who exhibit such things. These exploiters of freaks come from time to find out if she has any fresh monstrosity, and if it meets with their approval, they carry it away with them, paying the mother a compensation. She has 11 of this description. She is rich. You think I am joking, romancing, exaggerating? No, my friend. I am telling you the truth. The exact truth. Let us go and see this woman. Then I will tell you her history. He took me into one of the suburbs. The woman lived in a pretty little house by the side of the road. It was attractive and well kept. The garden was filled with fragrant flowers. One might have supposed it to be the residence of a retired lawyer. A maid ushered us into a sort of little country parlor, and then the wretch appeared. She was about 40. She was a tall, big woman with hard features, but well-formed, vigorous and healthy, the true type of a robust peasant woman, half animal and half woman. She was aware of her reputation and received everyone with humility that smacked of hatred. "What do the gentlemen wish?" she asked. "They tell me that your last child is just like an ordinary child, that he does not resemble his brothers at all," replied my friend. "I wanted to be sure of that. Is it true?" She cast on us a malicious and furious look as she said, "Oh no, my poor sir. He is perhaps even uglier than the rest. I have no luck. They are all like that. It is heartbreaking. How can the good God be so hard on a poor woman who is all alone in the world? How can he?" She spoke hurriedly, her eyes cast down with a deprecating air as if of a wild beast who is afraid. Her harsh voice became soft, and it seemed strange to hear those tearful falsetto tones issuing from that big, bony frame of unusual strength and with coarse outlines, which seemed fitted for violent action and made to utter howls like a wolf. "We should like to see your little one," said my friend. I fancied she colored up. I may have been deceived. After a few moments of silence, she said in a louder tone, "What good will that do you?" "Why do you not wish to show it to us?" replied my friend. "There are many people to whom you will show it. You know whom I mean." She gave a start, and resuming her natural voice, and giving free play to her anger, she screamed, "Was that why you came here? To insult me? Because my children are like animals? Tell me! You shall not see him. No, you shall not see him. Go away! Go away! I do not know why you all try to torment me like that." She walked over to us, her hands on her hips. At the brutal tone of her voice, a sort of moaning, or rather a mewing, the lamentable cry of an idiot, came from the adjoining room. I shivered to the marrow of my bones. We retreated before her. "Take care, devil!" They called her the devil, said my friend. "Take care! Some day you will get yourself into trouble through this." She began to tremble, beside herself with fury, shaking her fist and roaring, "Be off with you! What will get me into trouble? Be off with you, miscreants!" She was about to attack us, but we fled, saddened at what we had seen. When we got outside, my friend said, "Well, you have seen her. What do you think of her?" "Tell me the story of this brute," I replied. And this is what he told me as we walked along the white high road, with ripe crops on either side of it, which rippled like the sea in the light breeze that passed over them. "This woman was once a servant on a farm. She was an honest girl, steady and economical. She was never known to have an admirer, and never suspected of any frailty. But she went astray, as many do. She soon found herself in trouble, and was tortured with fear and shame. Wishing to conceal her misfortune, she bound her body tightly with a corset of her own invention, made of boards and cord. The more she developed, the more she bound herself with this instrument of torture, suffering martyrdom, but brave in her sorrow, not allowing anyone to see or suspect anything. She maintained the little unborn being, cramping it with that frightful corset, and made a monster of it. Its head was squeezed and elongated to a point, and its large eyes seemed popping out of its head, its limbs exaggeratedly long, and twisted like the stalk of a vine, terminated in fingers like the claws of a spider. Its trunk was tiny and round as a nut. The child was born in an open field, and when the weeders saw it, they fled away screaming, and the report spread that she had given birth to a demon. From that time on, she was called the Devil. She was driven from the farm and lived on charity under a cloud. She brought up the monster, whom she hated with a savage hatred, and would have strangled, perhaps, if the priest had not threatened her with arrest. One day, some traveling showmen heard about the frightful creature and asked to see it, so that if it pleased them, they might take it away. They were pleased, and counted out 500 francs to the mother. At first, she had refused to let them see the little animal, as she was ashamed. But when she discovered it had a money value, and that these people were anxious to get it, she began to haggle with them, raising her price with all a peasant's persistence. She made them draw up a paper in which they promised to pay her 400 francs a year besides, as though they had taken this deformity into their employ. Incited by the greed of gain, she continued to produce these phenomena, so as to have an assured income like a bourgeoisie. Some of them were long, some short, some like crabs, all bodies, others like lizards. Several died, and she was heartbroken. The law tried to interfere, but as they had no proof, they let her continue to produce her freaks. She has at this moment 11 alive, and they bring in on average, counting good and bad years, from 5,000 to 6,000 francs a year. One alone is not placed, the one she was unwilling to show us, but she will not keep it for long, for she is known to all the showmen in the world, who come from time to time to see if she has anything new. She even gets bids from them when the monster is valuable. My friend was silent. A profound disgust stirred in my heart, and a feeling of rage, of regret, to think that I had not strangled this brute when I had the opportunity. I had forgotten this story when I saw on the beach of a fashionable resort the other day an elegant, charming, dainty woman, surrounded by men who paid her respect as well as admiration. I was walking along the beach, arm in arm with a friend, the resident physician. 10 minutes later, I saw a nursemaid with 3 children who were rolling in the sand. A pair of little crutches lay on the ground, and touched my sympathy. I then noticed that these 3 children were all deformed, humpbacked or crooked and hideous.
"Those are the offspring of that charming woman you saw just now,"
said the doctor. I was filled with pity for her, as well as for them, and exclaimed, "Oh, the poor mother! How can she ever laugh?"
"Do not pity her, my friend. Pity the poor children,"
replied the doctor.
"This is the consequence of preserving a slender figure up to the last. These little deformities were made by the corset. She knows very well that she is risking her life at this game, but what does she care, as long as she can be beautiful and have admirers?"
And then I recalled that other woman, the peasant, the devil, who sold her children, her monsters. End of A Mother of Monsters. Recording by Sam Carcamo.
Oil of Dog by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Oil of Dog by Ambrose Bierce. My name is Boffer Bings. I was born of honest parents in one of the humbler walks of life. my father being a manufacturer of dog oil, and my mother having a small studio in the shadow of the village church, where she disposed of unwelcome babes. In my boyhood, I was trained to habits of industry. I not only assisted my father in procuring dogs for his vats, but was frequently employed by my mother to carry away the debris of her work in the studio. In performance of this duty, I sometimes had need of all my natural intelligence, for all the law officers of the vicinity were opposed to my mother's business. They were not elected on an opposition ticket, and the matter had never been made a political issue. It just happened so. My father's business of making dog oil was naturally less unpopular, though the owners of missing dogs sometimes regarded him with suspicion, which was reflected, to some extent, upon me. My father had, as silent partners, all the physicians of the town, who seldom wrote a prescription which did not contain what they were pleased to designate as all can. It is really the most valuable medicine ever discovered. But most persons are unwilling to make personal sacrifices for the afflicted, and it was evident that many of the fattest dogs in town had been forbidden to play with me, a fact which pained my young sensibilities, and at one time came near driving me to become a pirate. Looking back upon those days, I cannot but regret, at times, that by indirectly bringing my beloved parents to their death, I was the author of misfortunes profoundly affecting my future. One evening, while passing my father's oil factory, with the body of a foundling from my mother's studio, I saw a constable who seemed to be closely watching my movements. Young as I was, I had learned that a constable's acts, of whatever apparent character, are prompted by the most reprehensible motives, and I avoided him by dodging into the oilery by a side door which happened to stand ajar. I locked it at once, and was alone with my dead. My father had retired for the night. The only light in the place came from the furnace, which glowed a deep, rich crimson under one of the vats, casting ruddy reflections on the walls. Within the cauldron, the oil still rolled in indolent ebullition, occasionally pushing to the surface a piece of dog. Seating myself to wait for the constable to go away, I held the naked body of the foundling in my lap, and tenderly stroked its short, silken hair. Ah, how beautiful it was! Even at that early age, I was passionately fond of children, and as I looked upon this cherub, I could almost find it in my heart to wish that the small red wound upon its breast, the work of my dear mother, had not been mortal. It had been my custom to throw the babes into the river, which nature had thoughtfully provided for the purpose. But that night I did not dare to leave the oilery for fear of the constable. After all, I said to myself, it cannot greatly matter if I put it into this cauldron. My father will never know the bones from those of a puppy, and the few deaths which may result from administering another kind of oil for the incomparable all-can are not important in a population which increases so rapidly. In short, I took the first step in crime, and brought myself untold sorrow by casting the babe into the cauldron. The next day, somewhat to my surprise, my father, rubbing his hands with satisfaction, informed me and my mother that he had obtained the finest quality of oil that was ever seen, that the physicians to whom he had shown samples had so pronounced it. He added that he had no knowledge as to how the result was obtained. The dogs had been treated in all respects as usual, and were of an ordinary breed. I deemed it my duty to explain, which I did, though palsied would have been my tongue if I could have foreseen the consequences. Bewailing their previous ignorance of the advantages of combining their industries, my parents at once took measures to repair the error. My mother removed her studio to a wing of the factory building, and my duties in connection with the business ceased. I was no longer required to dispose of the bodies of the small superfluous, and there was no need of alluring dogs to their doom, for my father discarded them altogether, though they still had an honorable place in the name of the oil. So suddenly thrown into idleness, I might naturally have been expected to become vicious and dissolute, but I did not. The holy influence of my dear mother was ever about me, to protect me from the temptations which beset youth, and my father was a deacon in a church. Alas, that through my fault these estimable persons should have come to so bad an end. Finding a double profit in her business, my mother now devoted herself to it with a new assiduity. She removed not only superfluous and unwelcome babes to order, but went out into the highways and byways, gathering in children of a larger growth, and even such adults as she could entice to the oilery. My father, too, enamored of the superior quality of oil produced, purveyed for his vats with diligence and zeal. The conversion of their neighbors into dog oil became, in short, the one passion of their lives. An absorbing and overwhelming greed took possession of their souls, and served them in place of a hope in heaven, by which also they were inspired. So enterprising had they now become, that a public meeting was held, and resolutions passed, severely censuring them. It was intimated by the chairman that any further raids upon the population would be met in a spirit of hostility. My poor parents left the meeting broken-hearted, desperate, and, I believe, not altogether sane. Anyhow, I deemed it prudent not to enter the oilery with them that night, but slept outside in a stable. At about midnight, some mysterious impulse caused me to rise and peer through a window into the furnace room, where I knew my father now slept. The fires were burning as brightly as if the following day's harvest had been expected to be abundant. One of the large cauldrons was slowly walloping with a mysterious appearance of self-restraint, as if it bided its time to put forth its full energy. My father was not in bed. He had risen in his night clothes and was preparing a noose in a strong cord From the looks which he cast at the door of my mother's bedroom, I knew too well the purpose that he had in mind. Speechless and motionless with terror, I could do nothing in prevention or warning. Suddenly, the door of my mother's apartment was opened noiselessly, and the two confronted each other, both apparently surprised. The lady, also, was in her night-clothes, and she held in her right hand the tool of her trade, a long, narrow-bladed dagger. She, too, had been unable to deny herself the last profit which the unfriendly action of the citizens and my absence had left her. For one instant they looked into each other's blazing eyes, and then sprang together with indescribable fury. Round and round the room they struggled, the man cursing, the woman shrieking, both fighting like demons, she to strike him with the dagger, he to strangle her with his great bare hands. I know not how long I had the unhappiness to observe this disagreeable instance of domestic infelicity, but at last, after a more than usually vigorous struggle, the combatants suddenly moved apart. My father's breast and my mother's weapon showed evidences of contact. For another instant they glared at each other in the most unamiable way. Then my poor, wounded father, feeling the hand of death upon him, leapt forward, unmindful of resistance, grasped my dear mother in his arms, dragged her to the side of the boiling cauldron, collected all his failing energies, and sprang in with her. In a moment, both had disappeared, and were adding their oil to that of the committee of citizens who had called the day before with an invitation to the public meeting. Convinced that these unhappy events closed to me every avenue to an honorable career in that town, I removed to the famous city of Otumwee, where these memoirs are written with a heart full of remorse for a heedless act entailing so dismal a commercial disaster. End of Oil of Dog by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by Louise J. Belle. Sebastopol, California.
The Parlor-Car Ghost by W. Bob Holland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Hollway. All draped with blue denim, the seaside cottage of my friend, Sarah Pine. She asked me to go there with her when she opened it, to have it set in order for the summer. She confessed that she felt a trifle nervous at the idea of entering it alone. And I am always ready for an excursion. So much blue denim rather surprised me because blue is not complementary to Sarah's complexion. She always wears some shade of red by preference. She perceived my wonder. She is very nearsighted and therefore sees everything by some sort of sixth sense. You do not like my portieres and curtains and table covers, she said. Neither do I, but I did it to accommodate. And now he rests well in his grave, I hope. Whose grave, for pity's sake? Mr. J. Billington Price's. And who is he? He doesn't sound interesting. Then I will tell you about him, said Sarah. taking a seat directly in front of one of those curtains. Last autumn, I was leaving this place for New York, traveling on the fast express train known as the Flying Yankee. Of course, I thought of the Flying Dutchman and Wagner's musical setting of the uncanny legend and how different things were these days of steam, etc. Then I looked out of the window at the landscape, the horizon that seemed to wheel in a great curve as the train sped on. Every now and then I had an impression at the tail of the eye that a man was sitting in a chair 3 or 4 numbers in front of me on the opposite side of the car. Each time that I saw this shape, I looked at the chair and ascertained that it was unoccupied. But it was an odd trick of vision. I raised my lorgnette, and the chair showed emptier than before. There was nobody in it, certainly, but the more I knew that it was vacant, the more plainly I saw the man, always with the corner of my eye. It made me nervous. When passengers entered the car, I dreaded lest they might take that seat. What would happen if they should? A bag was put in the chair that made me more comfortable. The bag was removed at the next station. Then a baby was placed in the seat. It began to laugh as though somebody had gently tickled it. There was something odd about that chair. 13 was its number. When I looked away from it, the impression was strong upon me that some person sitting there was watching me. Really, it would not do to humor such fancies. So I touched the electric button, asked the porter to bring me a table, and taking from my bag a pack of cards, proceeded to divert myself with a game of patience. I was puzzling where to put a 7 of spades. Where can it go? I murmured to myself. A voice behind me prompted, play the 4 of diamonds on the 5, and you can do it. I started. The only occupants of the car besides me were a bridal couple, a mother of 3 children, and a typical preacher of one of the straightest sex, who had spoken. Play up the 4, madam, repeated this voice. I looked fearful over my shoulder. At first I saw a bluish cloud, like cigar smoke, but inodorous. Then the vision cleared, and I saw a young man who I knew by a subtle intuition to be the occupant, seen and not seen, of chair number 13. Evidently he was a traveling salesman and a ghost. Of course, a drummer's ghost sounds ridiculous. They're so extremely alive. Or else you would expect a dead drummer to be particularly dead and not walk. This was the most commonplace-looking ghost, cordial, pushing, businesslike. At the same time, his face had an expression of utter despair and horror, which made him still more preposterous. Of course, it is not nice to let a stranger speak to one, even on so impersonal a topic as a 4 of diamonds. But a ghost, there can't be any rule of etiquette about talking with a ghost. My dear, it was dreadful. That forward creature showed me how to play all the cards, and then begged me to lay them out again, in order that he might give me some clever points. I was too much amazed to be disturbed to speak. I could only place the cards at his suggestion. This I did so as not to appear to be listening to the empty air, and be supposed to be a crazy woman. Presently, the ghost spoke again, and told me his story. Madame, he said, I've been riding back and forth on this car ever since February 22nd, 1890. 7 months and 7 days. All this time I have not exchanged a word with anyone. For a drummer, that is pretty hard, you may believe. You know the story of the Flying Dutchman? Well, that is very nearly my case. A curse is upon me and will not be removed until some kind soul, but I'm going ahead of my next text. That day there were 4 of us traveling for different houses. One of the boys was in wool, one in baking powder, one in boots and shoes, and myself in cotton goods. We met on the road, took seats together, and fell into talking shop. Those fellows told big lies about their sales. Washington's birthday thought it was. The baking powder man raised the amount of the bills of goods which he had sold better than the whole can of stuff could have done. I admitted the straight truth, that I had not yet been able to make a sale. And then I swore, not in a light-minded, chipper style of verbal trimmings, but a great, round, heaven-defying oath, that I would sell a case of blue denims on that trip if it took me forever. We became dry with talk, and when the train stopped at Rivermouth, we went out to have some beer. It was good there, you know. Pardon me, I forgot that I was speaking to a lady. Well, we had to run to get aboard. I missed my footing, fell under the wheels, and the next thing that I knew, they were holding an inquest over my remains. While I, disemboweled, was sitting on the corner of the undertaker's table, wondering which of the coroner's jury was likely to want a case of blue denims. Then I remembered my wicked oath, and understood that I was a soul doomed to wander until I could succeed in selling that bill of goods. I spoke once or twice, offering the denims under value, but nobody noticed me. Verdict: accidental death, negligence of deceased. Railroad Corporation not to blame. Deceased got out for beer at own risk. The other drummers took charge of the remains and wrote a beautiful letter to my relatives about my social qualities and my impressive conversation. I wish that I had been less impressive that time. I might have lied about my sales, or I might have said that I hoped for better luck. But after the oath, there was nothing for it. Back and forth on this road, in chair number 13, to all eternity. Nobody suspects my presence. They sit on my knees. I'm playing in luck when it is a nice baby, as it was this afternoon. They pile wraps, bags, even railroad literature on me. They play cards under my nose, and what duffers some of them are. You, madame, are the first person who has perceived me, and therefore I ventured to speak to you. Meaning no offense, I can see that you are sorry for me. Now, if you recall the story of the Flying Dutchman, he was saved by charity of a good woman. In fact, Senta married him. Now, I'm not asking anything of that size. I see that you wear a wedding ring, and no doubt you make some man's happiness. I wasn't a marrying man myself, and naturally am not a marrying ghost. And that has nothing to do with the matter anyways. But if you could, I don't suppose you would have any use for them. But if you were disposed to do a turn of good, solid Christian charity, I should be everlasting grateful, and you may have this case of denims at $72.50, and that quantity is quoted today at $80. Does it go, madame? The speech of the poor ghost was not very eloquent, but his eyes had an intense, eager glare, which was terrible, something pity, fear. I do not know what compelled me. I decided to do without that white and gold evening cloak. Instead, I gave $72.50 to the ghost, and took from him a receipt for the sum. Signed, J. Billington Price. Then he smiled contently, thanked me with emotion, and returned to chair number 13. Several times on the journey, although I did not perceive him again, I felt dazed. When the train arrived at New York, and I with other passengers dismounted, it seemed to me that a strong hand passed under my elbow, steadying me down the steps. As I walked the length of the station, my bag, not heavy at any time, appeared to become weightless. I believe that the Parlor-Car Ghost walked beside me, carrying the bag, whose handle still remained in my other hand. Indeed, once or twice I thought I felt the touch of cold fingers against mine. Since then, I have no reason to suppose that the poor ghost is not at rest. I hope he is. But I never expected nor wished for the blue denims. The next day, however, a dray belonging to a great warehouse backed up to the door and delivered a case of denims, with a receipted bill for the sale. What was I to do? I could not go about selling blue denims. I could not give them away without exciting comment. So I furnished the cottage with them. And you know the effect on my complexion. Pity me, dear, and credit me, frivolous woman as I am, with having saved a soul at the expense of my own vanity. My story is told. What do you think about it? End of the Parlor-Car Ghost. Recorded by Max Hollway.
The Phantom Friar by Augustin J. H. Dugan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgatenovelist. The Phantom Friar by Augustin J. H. Dugan. You admire our little church, sir? Said the sacristan to me as we rested together upon a stone horse block, worn smooth by the feet of many a squire and yeoman, now reposing quietly in the green churchyard, skirted by the low wall which supported our backs. Indeed, it is one of the most interesting of all the rural churches which I have seen in England. You come from abroad, sir? I am an American, I replied. Indeed? And I fancied the old sacristan regarded me with a still kindlier eye. Perhaps some favourite child had left the paternal roof and now dwelt upon New England's hills or among the South Savannahs. But I did not question the venerable man. Who knows, indeed, what chord might have been awakened? Is there no legend connected with this church, my friend? 'Twere a pity, if not. That there is, sir, and if you can listen to an old man's tale, I can do no better than to while your time till we hear the steam whistle. Many thanks. You will not only while the time, but, I doubt not, entertain me greatly. I own myself an inveterate legend hunter. The sacristan smiled, and at once commenced. You must know, sir, that on the site of this church, which is now about 150 years old, existed formerly a very prosperous abbey, belonging to the monks of St. Benedict, or Black Friars as they were commonly called. It was reputed to contain great store of solid wealth, and, consequently, when the wars broke out between Cavalier and Puritan, was very speedily assaulted, dismantled, and nearly destroyed by one of Cromwell's zealous captains, who, however, got but his labour for his pains, inasmuch as not a penny of lucre was found in possession of monk or abbot. Nevertheless, the brotherhood, that is, such as escaped the bloody shrift so common in those days, were effectually dispersed by the violence done to their dwelling place, and since that period no Black Friar has ever told his beads in the neighbourhood. But it was not many years before superstition began to invest the ruins with the usual dread attached to monuments of past violence, and to people with ghostly visitors the halls deserted by mortal footsteps. Meanwhile, Cromwell and his stern troopers gave place to Charles and his reckless cavaliers, and these, in turn, made way for James and his shaven monks, about which time there began to be rumours of a contemplated rebuilding of the Benedictine Abbey, which set all the gossips of Suffolk to whispering about the apparition of an old friar, who on several occasions, as averred by the peasants, had been seen flitting among the ivy-mantled stones, or stooping over the broken slabs in the ancient burial place. But the work of restoration was never commenced, though it was asserted that commissioners from the king had actually visited the place and, as was said, entered upon negotiations with artisans. However, there was very good reason why the design of rebuilding the abbey, if such indeed had been entertained, should not be completed, for about this period the pious James was forced to pack up his royalty and decamp for the French court, whilst his dutiful daughter Mary, and his son-in-law William of Nassau, took quiet possession of his crown and kingdom. Nearly half a century had now passed since the sack and destruction of the abbey, and its supernatural reputation had grown apace with the weeds which tangled themselves into rank luxuriance among the old walls and fallen roof-trees. Periodically was seen to walk about the grounds the ghost of an aged monk, attired in the black serge garment of the Benedictines, and more than one benighted traveller had heard, as he would swear roundly, the mumbling of mass by that black friar amid the ruins, while Satan himself, in a cowl, sat astride of a tombstone, delivering the responses. It is no wonder, then, that the dismantled monastery became at length known as the Dells Abbey, or that it was decided to be no fit walk for Christian foot, but to be left to witches for a nocturnal trysting-place. But about the 2nd year of the Dutch stadtholder's reign, it chanced that a worthy pedlar, who was in the habit of vending ribbons and trinkets through the rural districts, and, by his uncommon honesty as a hawker, and good humour as a companion, enjoyed no small modicum of popularity among his rustic customers, found himself one Michaelmas Eve in the unhappy vicinity of our haunted monastery. He had taken a short cut across the fields, in order to reach sooner the market town, where he made his home and kept a little warehouse for the goods which he trafficked up and down the country, and had just gained the wild spot on which stood the ruins, when a violent thunderstorm, arising suddenly, obliged him, for the salvation of his pack, to seek speedy shelter under one of the still upright and ivy-covered arches. He happily discovered a dry resting-place, and quickly made himself as comfortable as circumstances would allow. It was near dark when the storm arose, and Will Nuttall, as the pedlar was named, expected that it would soon spend its force and pass away, leaving him, to be sure, the wet fields for his journey, but with the returning moon to guide his path. He miscalculated, however, the duration of the tempest, which continued to rage with unabated fury till hours had passed away, and he began to reckon midnight very near at hand. Now, Master Nuttall was a stout-hearted and merry fellow, little troubled by ghost stories, though he was in the habit of relating to the wide-mouthed lads and round-eyed lasses who ever welcomed him to meat and lodging in their snug farmhouses. Nevertheless, the reflection that he was alone, at midnight, in the very headquarters of hobgoblinry, and on Michaelmas Eve, too, chosen, as is well known, of all nights in the year for witch revels and incantations, did not, it may be fancied, decrease the unpleasantness of his situation. In truth, as the night wore on, he grew somewhat more nervish than was his wont, and long ere the storm gave signs of lull, he had many times devoutly wished himself safely out of the Dells Abbey. At length the clouds parted, the wind sank, and large drops succeeded to the close showers which had followed fast on one another through the night, till at last the moon broke out, letting its radiance gush full over field and forest, making the moist landscape glitter in silver sheen. Will Nuttall stretched his legs, rose briskly and slung his pack, and then stepped from under the protecting arch to pursue his homeward journey, essaying at the same time a lively whistle, either to summon his courage or to scare away whatsoever lurking elves might be peering at him from the still, sombre shadows of the ruins. But whistle and foot were both abruptly checked, as Will's eye glanced toward the ancient burial ground and saw where, plainly defined in the moonlight, the figure of an old man, clad in monkish habit, was stooping near a grey tomb, not 20 paces from the spot where he himself stood. The peddler stared fixedly, unable to withdraw his eyes, though his frame shook in every joint, while the Phantom Friar rose slowly from its bending posture, and, uplifting its hands, in one of which was grasped a black crucifix, stood a moment bolt upright, as if invoking a curse upon the wretched mortal who had intruded on its domain. Will Nuttall strove to run away, but his feet refused to turn. He tried to cry aloud, but his voice failed him. So, doing the only thing he could, he let his knees double under him and sank quietly on the wet grass, where he lay prostrate for a space, shivering like one in an ague fit, expecting each moment to feel a bony hand on his head, or a pair of skeleton legs bestriding his broad shoulders. But, as neither of these consequences followed, he soon ventured to raise his head a bit, and finally, without looking toward the grey tombstone, to bolt suddenly away into the broad, moonlit highway a few rods off, whence he made his way homeward with all the speed he could command. Next morning, Will Nuttall was late in setting out with his pack, and the neighbours noted that he was not in his usual spirits. But the peddler mentioned naught concerning his nocturnal adventure, for, indeed, he began already to feel ashamed of his fright, and to ask himself how a blithe, ghost-jeering lad like Will Nuttall could have run away from some shadow of his own fancy. So he kept his counsel and went on as usual, plying his traffic from hamlet to hamlet, getting little richer, it is true, for he was a free-hearted fellow, but making store of friends in his up-and-down wanderings. So a year passed away, and Michaelmas Eve drew near again, and, as it chanced, found Will in the neighbourhood, again, of the haunted Dell's Abbey. "An errant dolt was I to run away from my own shadow," quoth the peddler to himself, as he called to mind his midnight terror. "Faith, I ha' e'en a mind to pass another Michaelmas at the old friar's gate, and see if mine host will bestir himself." No sooner resolved than Will Nuttall set forth to execute, and once more, as the moonbeams streamed brightly over the ancient ruins, with no storm to interrupt their beauty, the bold peddler appeared, hard upon the witching hour, and, as if to dare the phantom to its worst, advanced with a stout cudgel over the shoulder which bore his pack, and took post beside the very grey tombstone over which he had beheld the ghost monk stooping. But, oh rash and foolhardy wight! Scarce had he reached the slab when, turning toward the shattered arch where he had before found shelter, he beheld the self-same sight that had then appalled him. The figure of an aged monk, with cowl and crucifix, emerged from the ivied shadow and, with slow steps, approached as if to confront him. Will Nuttall saw, and his courage evaporated. Down he subsided as before, and, with what little strength he could muster, crawled and burrowed until he had got himself quite underneath a broken stone hatchment that rested slantingly against the old grey tomb. Here, shrinking into as small a bulk as possible, as if he hoped by such means to elude the grim friar, he held his breath and strove to bethink him of all the prayers which he had ever forgotten. In another moment he felt a rustle of garments close beside him, and presently a low voice muttered some strange words in a language unknown to him, to which, consequently, he did not feel himself called upon to reply, though he had his misgivings as to whether it might not be his own death sentence, delivered by some demoniac judge. To this low voice, monotonous and rapid, the hopeless peddler listened for several minutes, and then all became silent again. Meantime, almost ready to give up his personal ghost, most bitterly did he bewail his past skepticism regarding supernatural beings, and firmly did he resolve, if delivered safe out of the Black Friar's clutches, to believe most devoutly henceforth in spooks, spirits, brownies, and banshees, of whatever degree, clime, or complexion. Thus fortified, he ventured, when the voice ceased, to raise his head an inch and steal a look at his ghostly neighbour. Very phantom-like and grim indeed was the old face which looked out from under that black cowl, and ashy were the cheeks and glassy the fixed eyes. The figure knelt against the tomb, close to the hatchment which concealed the peddler. Its thin hands clasped and pressed against its breast a sable crucifix. Its withered lips appeared still to move, but emitted no sound. Will Nuttall saw all this at a glance, and the next moment beheld the phantom sink bodily downward, and disappear under the churchyard sod. Well, that, to be sure, was enough to frighten flesh and blood, however bold its possessor. So it was no marvel that Will fainted incontinently away under his hatchment. And thus he remained until the light of a rosy morning chased off all evil things, and peered into his face, and woke him once more to the world of living things. He was drenched with the heavy night dew, but, beyond this, had sustained no injury to his corporeal substance. "Now am I an ass, or there be ghosts?" soliloquized Will Nuttall, as he gradually became aware of his identity, and rubbed his eyes to get a better look of every object around him. "What I have seen now, no Christian man may speak lightly of. Eye and ear were open, if faith. Nevertheless, if ghosts there be, it be plain, too, they ha' no power o'er mortal man, else were I not unharmed this day. So, if there harbour no malice nor hurt i' the good people, let no evil be spoken of them, say I." Talking thus to himself, and peering boldly about him, as he saw the sunlight brightening in the east, Will shook himself, and proceeded to impart animation to his benumbed limbs by a liberal bestowal of smart buffets on his breast. The old grey tombs began, by this time, to look cheery in the morning beams, and the ivied arches and shattered walls had lost all trace of ghostliness. Nevertheless, our peddler could not help a fearsome qualm as his eyes fell upon the spot where they had beheld the Black Friar disappear under the sod. But Will Nuttall's look dwelt longer than before, for it had caught sudden sight of an opening just beneath the grey tomb, and close beside the hatchment which had so opportunely covered his person. The peddler stooped and beheld a square aperture, half concealed by dank weeds, below which were several steps of stone, apparently leading to a vault beneath the monument. Into this aperture he peered curiously, but all was dark. Only a smell of damp earth came from beneath. Will Nuttall paused a few moments, and then a strange fancy came into his mind. "If ghosts must have holes to go and come by," quoth he, "they be little better off than people with bodies." This reflection inspiring him, he hesitated not to put his best foot through the square opening and descend cautiously the slippery stones. Very dimly lit was the sepulchral vault to which the bold hawker found his way, but he could see that it was an oblong apartment and very much like other ancient receptacles of mortality. But what drew his notice first was a little mound of earth, near the foot of the stone steps, which seemed to have been lately disturbed, and a mattock and pick, in a niche near by, to which there yet clung several lumps of moist, yellow clay. "Ho!" said Will Nuttall, "they be strange ghosts that use mattocks to dig their graves withal." Will Nuttall sat himself down upon one of the stone steps, with the morning light faintly entering over his shoulder to the old vault, and began to reflect upon phantoms in general and Black Benedictines in particular. The result of his cogitations was his sudden springing to his feet, seizing the pick, and digging away at the little mound with as hearty a will as if he had been a born sexton. And not long indeed had he to labour ere his pick struck against a hard substance, and a few shovelsful of clay removed discovered to his wondering eyes a goodly-sized oaken chest, bound with iron bands. One or two sturdy blows sufficed to split the mouldy lid, and the poor pedlar almost shrieked aloud as he beheld it filled with rusty silver coin. Will was a shrewd fellow, and quickly determined on his course of action. The treasure could not all be removed at once, but it was not long before he had conveyed it, by piecemeal, to his little warehouse in the market-town. Then he gave out that he should no longer pursue the hawker's trade, but, enlarging his shop, soon branched out into cautious speculation, until he got the reputation of a thriving tradesman, worthy of all respect. Now, nearly 7 years after this, it happened that the parish church was struck by lightning during a storm, and so burned by the flames that it became necessary for a public appeal to be made for a general subscription to repair the edifice. Among others, to whom the officers applied, was Will Nuttall. The good fellow looked over the list of those who had already contributed. "What's this?" said he. "The squire but £5, the doctor but £1, "It is too true," said one of the officers. "More might they afford, but alas! I fear our poor church will be slowly mended." "Here, I will do what I can," said Will Nuttall, and he straightway subscribed £20, which so surprised the worthy deacon that had spoken, that he rubbed his spectacles thrice as he looked at the figures. Then, bidding thanks to the tradesman, he was about to depart, when his eye caught sight of the counter on which the subscription book had been lying, and which was a very ancient piece of oak, with strange old letters writ upon it, but scarce to be noticed, so nearly were they erased. "Aha! You have something odd here, Master Nuttall," said the old deacon, who was a bit of an antiquary. "What is it?" stammered Will, for he at once recollected that this counter-slab was the lid of the old chest which had held his treasure, and which he had placed in its present position as a memorial of his good fortune. "Something I decipher, but it is in old Gothic text," answered the worthy deacon. "Will it please you to read it, sir?" asked Will. "I mean the English of it." The antiquary rubbed his spectacles, and stooping nearer read, "In the lands where this stood, another stands, twice as good." "Hem!" said Will Nuttall. What may that signify? We are as wise now as before. Ay, rejoined the deacon, for who can tell where an old oak tree stood? Who indeed? Echoed Will. But when the antiquarian deacon had gone, the good merchant said to himself, Aha, perhaps I can tell where it stood, and see if there be another, twice as good. I'll be off presently. So indeed, Will Nuttall lost no time in visiting the Dells Abbey again, taking good care to conceal his motions from everybody. And, sure enough, some feet deeper than the spot where he had discovered the silver, was buried another coffer, not so large, but far more valuable, inasmuch as it was filled with golden crowns instead of silver. This prize he made his own with all the caution that he had before observed, and from that time henceforth he prospered, after saying to himself, There is a blessing goes with helping churches. And this church, said I to the sacristan, was built by the peddler's secret treasure, answered the old man. Will Nuttall purchased all the land, and here erected the structure you have admired, ordering the ancient abbey model to be preserved. Look, in yonder oriel window, do you see what is painted on the stained glass? I looked, and saw the representation of a figure with a burden on his shoulder. It is the peddler and his pack, said the sacristan. But the old monk, the black friar, the phantom? I asked. It was— But we were interrupted, for the shrill whistle of the mail train was heard, and in another moment, whiz! London, sir! I was aboard, and we were off in a second. But, as I looked back, I saw the sacristan wave his hand, and caught a glimpse of the peddler's church through the grove around. And then I had left all forever. End of The Phantom Friar by Augustin Dugan. The Readjustment by Mary Hunter Alston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Newgatenovelist. The Readjustment by Mary Hunter Alston. Emma Jeffries had been dead and buried 3 days. The sister who had come to the funeral had taken Emma's child away with her, and the house was swept and aired. Then, when it seemed there was the least occasion for it, Emma came back. The neighbour woman who had nursed her was the first to know it. It was about 7 of the evening in a mellow gloom. The neighbour woman was sitting on her own stoop with her arms wrapped in her apron, and all at once she found herself going along the street under an urgent sense that Emma needed her. She was halfway down the block before she recollected that this was impossible, for Mrs. Jeffries was dead and buried. But as soon as she came opposite the house she was aware of what had happened. It was all open to the summer air, except that it was a little neater, not otherwise than the rest of the street. It was quite dark, but the presence of Emma Jeffries streamed from it and betrayed it more than a candle. It streamed out steadily across the garden, and even as it reached her, mixed with the smell of the damp mignonette, the neighbour woman owned to herself that she had always known Emma would come back. A sight stranger if she wouldn't, thought the woman who had nursed her. She wasn't ever one to throw off things easily. Emma Jeffries had taken death as she had taken everything in life, hard. She had met it with the same bright, surface competency that she had presented to the squalor of the encompassing desertness, to the insuperable commonness of Sim Jeffries, to the affliction of her crippled child, and the intensity of her wordless struggle against it had caught the attention of the townspeople and held it in a shocked, curious awe. She was so long a-dying, lying there in that little low house, hearing the abhorred footsteps going about her rooms, and the vulgar procedure of the community encroach upon her, like the advances of the sand-wastes on an unwatered field. For Emma had always wanted things different, wanted them with a fury of intentness that implied offensiveness in things as they were. And the townspeople had taken offence, the more so because she was not to be surprised in any inaptitude for their own kind of success. Do what you could never catch Emma Jeffries in a wrapper after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And she would never talk about the child, in a country where so little ever happened that even trouble was a godsend, if it gave you something to talk about. It was reported that she did not even talk to Sim. But there the common resentment got back at her. If she had thought to effect anything with Sim Jeffries against the benumbing spirit of the place, the evasive hopefulness, the large sense of leisure that ungirt the loins, if she still hoped somehow to get away with him, to some place for which by her dress, by her manner, she seemed forever and unassailably fit, it was foregone that nothing would come of it. They knew Sim Jeffries better than that. Yet so vivid had been the force of her wordless dissatisfaction that when the fever took her, and she went down like a pasteboard figure in the damp, the wonder was that nothing toppled with her. And, as if she too had felt herself indispensable, Emma Jeffries had come back. The neighbour woman crossed the street, and as she passed the far corner of the garden, Jeffries spoke to her. He had been standing, she did not know how long a time, behind the syringa bush, and moved even with her along the fence until they came to the gate. She could see in the dusk that before speaking he wet his lips with his tongue. "She's in there," he said at last. "Emma?" He nodded. "I've been sleeping at the store since, but I thought I'd be more comfortable. As soon as I opened the door, there she was." "Did you see her?" "No." "How do you know, then?" "Don't you know?" The neighbour felt there was nothing to say to that. "Come in," he whispered, huskily. They slipped by the rose tree and the wisteria and sat down on the porch at the side. A door swung inward behind them. They felt the presence in the dusk beating like a pulse. "What do you think she wants?" said Jeffries. "Do you reckon it's the boy?" "Like enough." "He's better off with his aunt. There was no one here to take care of him like his mother wanted." He raised his voice unconsciously with a note of justification, addressing the room behind. "I am sending $50 a month," he said. "He can go with the best of them." He went on at length to explain all the advantage that was to come to the boy from living at Pasadena, and the neighbour woman bore him out in it. He was glad to go, urged Jeffries to the room. He said it was what his mother would have wanted. They were silent then a long time, while the presence seemed to swell upon them and encroached upon the garden. Finally, "I gave Ziegler the order for the monument yesterday," Jeffries threw out, appeasingly. "It's to cost $350. The presence stirred. The neighbour thought she could fairly see the controlled tolerance with which Emma Jeffries endured the evidence of Sim's ineptitudes. They sat on helplessly without talking after that, until the woman's husband came to the fence and called her. "Don't go," begged Sim. "Hush," she said. "Do you want all the town to know? You had naught but good from Emma living, and no call to expect harm from her now. It's natural she should come back, if if she was lonesome like, in the place where she's gone to. Emma wouldn't come back to this place, Jeffries protested, without she wanted something. Well, then, you've got to find out, said the neighbour woman. All the next day she saw, whenever she passed the house, that Emma was still there. It was shut and barred, but the presence lurked behind the folded blinds and fumbled at the doors. When it was night and the moths began in the columbine under the windows, it went out and walked in the garden. Jeffries was waiting at the gate when the neighbour woman came. He sweated with helplessness in the warm dusk, and the presence brooded upon them like an apprehension that grows by being entertained. She wants something, he appealed, but I can't make out what. Emma knows she is welcome to everything I've got. Everybody knows I've been a good provider. The neighbour woman remembered suddenly the only time she had ever drawn close to Emma Jeffries, touching the boy. They had sat up with it together all one night in some childish ailment, and she had ventured a question. "What does his father think?" And Emma had turned her a white, hard face of surpassing dreariness. "I don't know," she admitted. "He never says." "There's more than providing," suggested the neighbour woman. "Yes, there's feeling. But she had enough to do to put up with me. I had no call to be troubling her with such." He left off to mop his forehead and began again. "Feelings," he said. "There's times a man gets so wore out with feelings he doesn't have them any more." He talked, and presently it grew clear to the woman that he was voiding all the stuff of his life, as if he had sickened on it and was now done. It was a little soul knowing itself, and not good to see. What was singular was that the presence left off walking in the garden, came and caught like a gossamer on the ivy tree, swayed by the breath of his broken sentences. He talked, and the neighbour woman saw him for once as he saw himself and Emma, snared and floundering in an inexplicable unhappiness. He had been disappointed too. She had never relished the man he was, and it made him ashamed. That was why he had never gone away, lest he should make her ashamed among her own kind. He was her husband. He could not help that, though he was sorry for it. But he could keep the offence where least was made of it. And there was a child. She had wanted a child, but even then he had blundered, begotten a cripple upon her. He blamed himself utterly, searched out the roots of his youth for the answer to that, until the neighbour woman flinched to hear him. But the presence stayed. He had never talked to his wife about the child. How should he? There was the fact, the advertisement of his incompetence. And she had never talked to him. That was the one blessed and unassailable memory, that she had spread silence like a balm over his hurt. In return for it he had never gone away. He had resisted her that he might save her from showing among her own kind how poor a man he was. With every word of this ran the fact of his love for her, as he had loved her, with all the stripes of clean and uncleanness. He bared himself as a child without knowing, and the presence stayed. The talk trailed off at last to the commonplaces of consolation between the retchings of his spirit. The presence lessened and streamed toward them on the wind of the garden. When it touched them like the warm air of noon, that lies sometimes in hollow places after nightfall, the neighbour woman rose and went away. The next night she did not wait for him. When a rod outside the town, it was a very little one, the burrowing owls woo-wooed, she hung up her apron and went to talk with Emma Jeffries. The presence was there, drawn in, lying close. She found the key between the wisteria and the first pillar of the porch, but as soon as she opened the door she felt the chill that might be expected by one intruding on Emma Jeffries in her own house. "The Lord is my shepherd," said the neighbour woman. It was the first religious phrase that occurred to her. Then she said the whole of the psalm, and after that a hymn. She had come in through the door and stood with her back to it and her hand upon the knob. Everything was just as Mrs. Jeffries had left it, with the waiting air of a room kept for company. "Em," she said, boldly, when the chill had abated a little before the sacred words. "Em Jeffries, I've got something to say to you, and you've got to hear," she added with firmness, as the white curtains stirred duskily at the window. "You wouldn't be talked to about your troubles when you were here before, and we humoured you, but now there is Sim to be thought of. I guess you heard what you came for last night and got good of it. Maybe it would have been better if Sim had said things all along instead of hoarding them in his heart, but anyway he has said them now. And what I want to say is, if you was staying on with the hope of hearing it again, you'd be making a mistake. You was an uncommon woman, Emma Jeffries, and there didn't none of us understand you very well, nor do you justice maybe, but Sim is only a common man, and I understand him because I'm that way myself. And if you think he'll be opening his heart to you every night, or be any different from what he's always been on account of what's happened, that's a mistake too. And, in a little while, if you stay it will be as bad as it always was. Men are like that. You'd better go now while there's understanding between you." She stood staring into the darkling room that seemed suddenly full of turbulence and denial. It seemed to beat upon her and take her breath, but she held on. "You've got to go, Em, and I'm going to stay until you do." She said this with finality, and then began again. "The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart," and repeated the passage to the end. Then, as the presence sank before it, "You better go, Emma," persuasively, and again, after an interval, "He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles, yea, in 7 shall no evil touch thee." The presence gathered itself and was still. She could make out that it stood over against the opposite corner by the gilt easel with the crayon portrait of the child. "For thou shalt forget thy misery, thou shalt remember it as waters that are past," concluded the neighbour woman as she heard Jeffries on the gravel outside. What the presence had wrought upon him in the night was visible in his altered mien. He looked more than anything else to be in need of sleep. He had eaten his sorrow, and that was the end of it, as it is with men. "I came to see if there was anything I could do for you," said the woman, neighbourly, with her hand upon the door. "I don't know as there is," said he. "I'm much obliged, but I don't know as there is." "You see," whispered the woman over her shoulder, "not even to me." She felt the tug of her heart as the presence swept past her. The neighbour went out after that and walked in the ragged street, past the schoolhouse, across the creek below the town, out by the fields, over the head gate, and back by the town again. It was full 9 of the clock when she passed the Jeffries' house. It looked, except for being a little neater, not other than the rest of the street. The door was open and the lamp was lit. She saw Jeffries, black against it. He sat reading a book, like a man at ease in his own house. End of The Readjustment by Mary Hunter Alston.
The Secret of Kralitz by Henry Kuttner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Ridpath. The Secret of Kralitz by Henry Kuttner. I awoke from profound sleep to find two black-swathed forms standing silently beside me, their faces pale blurs in the gloom. As I blinked to clear my sleep-dimmed eyes, one of them beckoned impatiently, and suddenly I realized the purpose of this midnight summons. For years I had been expecting it, ever since my father, the Baron Kralitz, had revealed to me the secret and the curse that hung over our ancient house. And so, without a word, I rose and followed my guides as they led me along the gloomy corridors of the castle that had been my home since birth. As I proceeded, there rose up in my mind the stern face of my father, and in my ears rang his solemn words as he told me of the legendary curse of the House of Kralitz, the unknown secret that was imparted to the eldest son of each generation at a certain time. When? I had asked my father as he lay on his deathbed, fighting back the approach of dissolution. When you are able to understand, he had told me, watching my face intently from beneath his tufted white brows. Some are told the secret sooner than others. Since the first Baron Kralitz, the secret has been handed down. He clutched at his breast and paused. It was fully 5 minutes before he had gathered his strength to speak again in his rolling, powerful voice. No gasping deathbed confessions for the Baron Kralitz. He said at last, "You have seen the ruins of the old monastery near the village, Franz. The first Baron burned it and put the monks to the sword. The abbot interfered too often with the Baron's whims. A girl sought shelter, and the abbot refused to give her up to the Baron's demand. His patience was at an end. You know the tales they still tell about him. He slew the abbot, burned the monastery, and took the girl. Before he died, the abbot cursed his slayer and cursed his sons for unborn generations. And it is the nature of this curse that is the secret of our house. I may not tell you what the curse is. Do not seek to discover it before it is revealed to you. Wait patiently, and in due time, you will be taken by the warders of the secret down the stairway to the underground cavern, and then you will learn the secret of Kralitz." As the last word passed my father's lips, he died, his stern face still set in its harsh lines. Deep in my memories, I had not noticed our path. But now the dark forms of my guides paused beside a gap in the stone flagging, where a stairway, which I had never seen during my wanderings about the castle, led into subterranean depths. Down this stairway I was conducted, and presently I came to realize that there was a light of a sort, a dim, phosphorescent radiance that came from no recognizable source, and seemed to be less actual light than the accustoming of my eyes to the near darkness. I went down for a long time. The stairway turned and twisted in the rock, and the bobbing forms ahead were my only relief from the monotony of the interminable descent. And at last, deep underground, the long stairway ended, and I gazed over the shoulders of my guides at the great door that barred my path. It was roughly chiseled from the solid stone, and upon it were curious and strangely disquieting carvings, symbols which I did not recognize. It swung open, and I passed through and paused, staring about me through a gray sea of mist. I stood upon a gentle slope that fell away into the fog-hidden distance, from which came a pandemonium of muffled bellowing and high-pitched, shrill squeakings, vaguely akin to obscene laughter. Dark, half-glimpsed shapes swam into sight through the haze and disappeared again. and great vague shadows swept overhead on silent wings. Almost beside me was a long rectangular table of stone, and at this table 200 of men were seated, watching me from eyes that gleamed dully out of deep sockets. My 2 guides silently took their places among them, and suddenly the thick fog began to lift. It was swept raggedly away on the breath of a chill wind. The far dim reaches of the cavern were revealed as the mist swiftly dissipated, and I stood silent in the grip of a mighty fear, and, strangely, an equally potent, unaccountable thrill of delight. A part of my mind seemed to ask, "What horror is this?" And yet another part whispered, "You know this place." But I could never have seen it before. If I had realized what lay far beneath the castle, I could never have slept at night for the fear that would have obsessed me. For, standing silent within conflicting tides of horror and ecstasy racing through me, I saw the weird inhabitants of the underground world. Demons, monsters, unnameable things. Nightmare colossi strode bellowing through the murk, and amorphous gray things like giant slugs walked upright on stumpy legs. Creatures of shapeless soft pulp, beings with flame-shot eyes scattered over their misshapen bodies like fabled Argus, writhed and twisted there in the evil glow. Winged things that were not bats swooped and fluttered in the tenebrous air, whispering sibilantly, whispering in human voices. Far away at the bottom of the slope, I could see the chill gleam of water, a hidden, sunless sea. Shapes mercifully almost hidden by distance and the semi-darkness sported and cried, troubling the surface of the lake, the size of which I could only conjecture. And a flapping thing whose leathery wings stretched like a tent above my head swooped and hovered for a moment, staring with flaming eyes, and then darted off and was lost in the gloom. And all the while, as I shuddered with fear and loathing, within me this evil glee, this voice which whispered, "You know this place. You belong here. Is it not good to be home?" I glanced behind me. The great door had swung silently shut, and escape was impossible. And then pride came to my aid. I was a Kralitz, and a Kralitz would not acknowledge fear in the face of the devil himself. I stepped forward and confronted the warders, who were still seated, regarding me intently from eyes in which a smoldering fire seemed to burn. Fighting down an insane dread that I might find before me an array of fleshless skeletons, I stepped to the head of the table, where there was a sort of crude throne, and peered closely at the silent figure on my right. It was no bare skull at which I gazed, but a bearded, deadly pale face. The curved, voluptuous lips were crimson, looking almost rouged, and the dull eyes stared through me bleakly. Inhuman agony had etched itself in deep lines on the white face, and gnawing anguish smoldered in the sunken eyes. I cannot hope to convey the utter strangeness, the atmosphere of unearthliness that surrounded him, almost as palpable as the fetid tomb stench that welled from his dark garments. He waved a black swathed arm to the vacant seat at the head of the table, and I sat down. This nightmare sense of unreality, I seemed to be in a dream, with a hidden part of my mind slowly wakened from sleep into evil life to take command of my faculties. The table was set with old-fashioned goblets and trenchers, such as had not been used for hundreds of years. There was meat on the trenchers, and red liquor in the jeweled goblets. A heady, overpowering fragrance swam up into my nostrils, mixed with the grave smell of my companions and the musty odor of a dank and sunless place. Every white face was turned to me, faces that seemed oddly familiar, although I did not know why. Each face was alike in its blood-red central lips, and its expression of gnawing agony, and burning black eyes, like the abysmal pits of Tartarus, stared at me till I felt the short hairs on my neck But I was a Kralitz. I stood up and said boldly in archaic German that somehow came familiarly from my lips, "I am Franz, 21st Baron Kralitz. What do you want with me?" A murmur of approval went around the long table. There was a stir. From the foot of the board, a huge, bearded man arose, a man with a frightful scar that made the left side of his face a horror of healed white tissue. Again, the odd thrill of familiarity ran through me. I had seen that face before, and vaguely, I remembered looking at it through dim twilight. The man spoke in old guttural German. "We greet you, Franz, Baron Kralitz. We greet you and pledge you, Franz. And we pledge the House of Kralitz." With that, he caught up the goblet before him and held it high. All along the table, the black swathed ones arose, and each held high his jeweled cup and pledged me. They drank deeply, savoring the liquor, and I made the bow custom demanded. I said, in words that sprang almost unbidden from my mouth, "I greet you, who are the warders of the Secret of Kralitz, and I pledge you in return." All about me, to the farthermost reaches of the dim cavern, a hush fell, and the bellows and the howlings and the insane tittering of the flying things were no longer heard. My companions leaned expectantly toward me. Standing alone at the head of the board, I raised my goblet and drank. The liquor was heady, exhilarating, with a faintly brackish flavor. And abruptly, I knew why the pain-racked, ruined face of my companion had seemed familiar. I had seen it often among the portraits of my ancestors, the frowning, disfigured visage of the founder of the House of Kralitz that glared down from the gloom of the great hall. In that fierce white light of revelation, I knew my companions for what they were. I recognized them, one by one, remembering their canvas counterparts. But there was a change. Like an impalpable veil, the stamp of ineradicable evil lay on the tortured faces of my hosts, strangely altering their features, so that I could not always be sure I recognized them. One pale, sardonic face reminded me of my father, but I could not be sure. So monstrously altered was its expression. I was dining with my ancestors, the House of Kralitz. My cup was still held high, and I drained it, for somehow the grim revelation was not entirely unexpected. A strange glow thrilled through my veins, and I laughed aloud for the evil delight that was in me. The others laughed too, a deep-throated merriment like the barking of wolves, tortured laughter from the men stretched on the rack, mad laughter in hell. And all through the hazy cavern came the clamor of the devil's brood. Great figures that towered many spans, high-rocked with thundering glee, and the flying things tittered slyly overhead. And out over the vast expanse swept the wave of frightful mirth, until the half-seen things in the black waters sent out bellows that tore at my eardrums, and the unseen roof far overhead sent back roaring echoes of the clamor. And I laughed with them, laughing insanely, until I dropped exhausted in my seat and watched the scarred man at the end of the table as he spoke. "You are worthy of our company, and worthy to eat at the same board. We have pledged each other, and you are one of us. We shall eat together." And we fell to, tearing like hungry beasts at the succulent white meat in the jeweled trenchers. Strange monsters served us, and at a chill touch on my arm, I turned to find a dreadful crimson thing, like a skinned child, refilling my goblet. Strange, and utterly blasphemous was our feast. We shouted and laughed and fed there in the hazy light, while all around us thundered the evil horde. There was hell beneath Castle Kralitz, and it held high carnival this night. Presently, we sang a fierce drinking song, swinging the deep cups back and forth in rhythm with our shouted chant. It was an archaic song, but the obsolete words were no handicap, for I mouthed them as though they had been learned at my mother's knee. And at the thought of my mother, a trembling and a weakness ran through me abruptly, but I banished it with a draught of the heady liquor. Long, long we shouted and sang and caroused there in the great cavern, and after a time we arose together and trooped to where a narrow, high-arched bridge spanned the tenebrous waters of the lake. But I may not speak of what was at the other end of the bridge, nor of the unnameable things that I saw and did. I learned of the fungoid, inhuman beings that dwell on far cold Yugoth, of the cyclopean shapes that attend unsleeping Cthulhu in his submarine city, of the strange pleasures that the followers of leprous, subterranean Yog-Sothoth may possess. And I learned, too, of the unbelievable manner in which Iod, the Source, is worshipped beyond the outer galaxies. I plumbed to the blackest pits of hell and came back, laughing. I was one with the rest of those dark waters, and I joined them in the Saturnalia of horror until the scarred man spoke to us again. "Our time grows short," he said, his scarred and bearded white face like a gargoyle's in the half-light. "We must depart soon, but you are a true Kralitz, Franz, and we shall meet again, and feast again, and make merry for longer than you think. One last pledge." I gave it to him. "To the house of Kralitz, may it never fall." And with an exultant shout, we drained the pungent dregs of the liquor. Then a strange lassitude fell upon me. With the others, I turned my back on the cavern and the shapes that pranced and bellowed and crawled there, and I went up through the carved stone portal. We filed up the stairs, up and up, endlessly, until at last we emerged through the gaping hole in the stone flags, and proceeded, a dark, silent company, back through those interminable corridors. The surroundings began to grow strangely familiar, and suddenly I recognized them. We were in the great burial vaults below the castle, where the barons Kralitz were ceremoniously entombed. Each baron had been placed in his stone casket in his separate chamber, and each chamber lay, like beads on a necklace, adjacent to the next, so that we proceeded from the farthermost tombs of the early barons Kralitz towards the unoccupied vaults. By immemorial custom, each tomb lay bare, an empty mausoleum, until the time had come for its use, when the great stone coffin, with the memorial inscription carved upon it, would be carried to its place. It was fitting, indeed, for the secret of Kralitz to be hidden here. Abruptly, I realized that I was alone, save for the bearded man with the disfiguring scar. The others had vanished, and, deep in my thoughts, I had not missed them. My companion stretched out his black swathed arm and halted my progress, and I turned to him questioningly. He said in his sonorous voice, "I must leave you now. I must go back to my own place," and he pointed to the way whence we had come. I nodded, for I had already recognized my companions for what they were. I knew that each Baron Kralitz had been laid in his tomb, only to arise as a monstrous thing, neither dead nor alive, to descend into the cavern below and take part in the evil Saturnalia. I realized, too, that with the approach of dawn, they had returned to their stone coffins, to lie in a death-like trance until the setting sun should bring brief liberation. My own occult studies had enabled me to recognize these dreadful manifestations. I bowed to my companion, and would have proceeded on my way to the upper part of the castle, but he barred my path. He shook his head slowly, his scar hideous in the phosphorescent gloom. I said, "May I not go yet?" He stared at me with tortured, smoldering eyes that had looked into hell itself, and he pointed to what lay beside me, and in a flash of nightmare realization, I knew the secret of the curse of Kralitz. there came to me the knowledge that made my brain a frightful thing, in which shapes of darkness would ever swirl and scream, the dreadful comprehension of when each Baron Kralitz was initiated into the Brotherhood of Blood. I knew that no coffin had ever been placed unoccupied in the tombs, and I read upon the stone sarcophagus at my feet the inscription that made my doom known to me. My own name, Franz, 21st Baron Kralitz. End of The Secret of Kralitz. Recording by Rick Ridpath, Warminster, Pennsylvania.
The Spectre of the Castle by W.T. Linskill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Grant Love. Several years had elapsed since I met the butler of Lostry Castle in the Highland Inn. I had just come up from the south of England for some golf and fresh air, and was looking over my letters one morning at breakfast when I opened the following missive. Lostry Castle. Sir, yours to command. Sir, I have not forgot our pleasant talk on that snowy night up in the far north, when you were pleased to be interested in my experiences of Lostry. Could you very kindly meet me any day and time you choose to fix at Leuchars, and oblige. Your obedient servant, Jeremiah Anklebone. P.S. I have something to divulge to you connected with St. Andrews that may absorb your mind. Accordingly, I fixed up arrangements and met Mr. Anklebone at Leuchars, where we went to the nearest hostelry and ordered the best lunch they had there. Jeremiah looked thinner, older, and whiter than when I last saw him, doubtless owing to his frequent communing with spirits. How is Lostry getting on? I meekly inquired. And what of the ghosts? It is getting on fine, sir. I have had a number of new experiences since I had the pleasure of seeing you last. You must understand, sir, that my family for generations have been favoured with occult powers. My father was a great seer, and my great-grandfather, Mr. Concrickety Anklebone of the Isle of Skye, was a wonderful visionary. Now, Anklebone was an interesting old fellow, but he had a tiresome habit of wandering away from his theme, and, as it were, getting off the main road into a labyrinth of byways, and one had, metaphorically, to push him out of these side lanes and place him on his feet again in the main road. Before I come to St. Andrew's Castle, he said, I must tell you about a queer episode of an astral body at Lostry, a disentangled personality, as it were. Push along, I said, and tell me. Well, one afternoon after luncheon, the master and I were in the dining hall when we saw a gentleman crossing the lawn towards the castle. He was a tall man in a riding dress, with curly hair and a large flowing moustache. He came up to the window and looked in earnestly at us, and then walked along the gravel walk round to the castle door. "Hullo," said the master. "That is my old friend Jack Herbert, to whom I have let Lostry for this summer. What on earth can bring him here? I'll go to the door myself and let him in. He never said he was coming." In a minute or two the master came back looking bewildered. "Anklebone," he said, "that's a very queer thing. There is nobody there." "Perhaps," I suggested, "the gentleman has gone round to the stables." So we both hurried off to look, but not a sign of anyone could be seen, and we stared blankly at each other. We could not make it out. 2 days after, the master got a letter from Mr. Jack Herbert, telling him he had had a bad fall off his horse, had injured his spine, and was confined to bed. Mr. Herbert went on to say that 2 days before, while he was asleep, he dreamt vividly that he was at Lostry, that he crossed the lawn to the window of the dining hall, and looking in, saw my master and the butler, that's me, in the room. He was going round to the front door when he awoke. Now that was his astral body that master and I saw. He loved Lostry, and during sleep he came and paid us this visit. Queer, isn't it? 10 days after, he died. He wanted to see the old castle before he died, and his force of willpower brought his double self, or astral body, to visit us. It is not so uncommon as people think. Numbers of people are seen in two places, at once far apart. Look at Archbishop Sharp of St. Andrews. He was in Edinburgh, at Holyrood, I think, and sent his servant over post-haste to St. Andrews to bring back some papers he had forgotten there. When his trusty servant went up to his study in the Novum Hospitium to get the papers from the desk, lo, there was the Archbishop sitting in his usual chair and scowling at him. He told the Archbishop this when he returned with the papers to Edinburgh, but his Grace sternly bade him be silent and mention the matter to no one on pain of death. Now, sir, it seems that my master is able to see astral bodies, for he saw Mr. Jack Herbert, but I doubt if he could see a real spirit. Perhaps, sir, suggested Anklebone politely, you might be able to see astral bodies. Thank you very much indeed, I replied, but if I want to see anything of this sort, but I have heard a tale of an eminent man in London who took a nap in his armchair every afternoon, and while asleep appeared to his friends in different parts of the country, but I doubt the fact very much. Ah, said the butler, very solemnly, only about 1 in 1,000 has the power of visualizing real spirits. Many ordinary persons have long sight, and some have short sight, but most people are short-sighted when ghosts are visible. The ghosts are really there all the time. Some people cannot see them, but can feel their presence or touch only. Most animals can see spirits. Sometimes they are killed with terror when they see the spirits. I pulled the bell rope and ordered some spirits for the butler. I don't think that will kill you with terror, I said when it arrived. He looked grateful and remarked what talking was dry work, however interesting the subject might be. Now look here, Mr. Anklebone, I said. You know, I dare say the stories about the cathedral, the haunted tower, and all that. Please tell me what your experiences have been there. Anklebone's whole appearance suddenly changed. He gripped my arm violently, shivered and shuddered, and turned ghastly pale. I thought he was going to have a fit. For pity's sake, sir, he said, trembling, ask me nothing about that. There is something too terrible there, but I dare not reveal what I know and have seen to anyone. Do not allude to it again, or it will drive me mad. He lay back in his chair for a few moments with his eyes closed and shaking all over, but he gradually recovered his usual appearance. I wish to tell you about the castle spectre, he said weakly. I must confess that I felt nonplussed and disappointed at the turn the conversation had taken, as whatever my private opinion was regarding the worthy Jeremiah's curious statements, still I felt anxious to find out his experiences at the cathedral, particularly. However, I swallowed my disappointment like a Trojan and begged him to proceed. He gulped down his spirits and informed me he felt better again, but he did not seem quite himself for some time. Well, sir, he said, I often used to climb over the castle wall after dusk and smoke my pipe and meditate on all the grand folk that must have been there in bygone days before the smash-up. I thought of lovely young Queen Mary, of Mary Hamilton and her other Marys, of Lord Darnley, of the poet Castellar, of Lord Arran and the Duke of Rothesay, and all the Stuart kings that used to be there. Then I thought of Prior Hepburn and poor murdered Cardinal Beaton, and of monks, knights, and lovely wenches that used to frequent the old place. I loved it, for I have read history a lot. One could not help thinking of the feasting, revelry, and pageants of those interesting old times, and the grand services in the churches, and what fine dresses everybody wore. I saw he was going bang off the subject again, and when he began to tell me there were lots of ankle bones in Norman times about Fifeshire, I had to pull him back with a jerk to his ghost at the castle. Very well, sir. I was in the castle one evening, and I was sitting on the parapet of the old wall when I saw a head appearing up the old broken steps on the east side of the castle that once led down to the great dining hall. I knew no one could now come up that way without a ladder from the sea beach, and when the figure got to the level ground, it came right through the iron railing, just as if no obstruction were there. I stared hard and watched the advancing figure. It looked like a woman. I had heard of the Cardinal's ghost, and wondered if it could be His Eminence himself. Nearer and nearer it came, and although it was a gusty evening, I noticed the flowing garments of the approaching figure were quite still and unruffled by the wind. It was like a moving statue. As it passed me slowly a few yards away, I saw they were not the robes of a cardinal, but those of an archbishop. I am a churchman, and know the garments quite well. I saw all his vestments clearly, and I shall never forget the pale, ashen-set face and the thin, determined mouth. Then I noticed one very, very strange thing. The statuesque tall figure had a thick rope round the neck, and the end of the rope was trailing along the grass behind it, but there was no sound whatever. On it went and began to climb the stairs to the upper apartments. I tried to follow, but could not move for a bit. I felt as if I was mesmerized or paralyzed. I was all in a cold sweat too, and I was glad to get away from the castle at last and hurry home. I haven't gone so fast for many years. When I went next day to Losdry, I made a clean breast of the whole affair to Master. "Would you know him again?" he asked me. "Aye," I replied. "I would know that face and figure among 1,000. "Come to the study," said the Master, "and I will show you some pictures." We went, and I looked over a number of them. At last I came to one that fairly transfixed me. There was no mistaking the face. Before me was the picture of the spectre I had seen the previous night in the ruined castle of St. Andrews. "Well, Anklebone," said the Master, "this is really wonderful. And you actually saw the rope round the neck?" "I did," I said, "as I am a living man. But who is it? It is not the Cardinal." "No," said the Master very gravely. "This man was publicly hanged by his enemies on a gibbet at the Market Cross of Stirling on April 1st, 1571. "But who was he?" I asked imploringly. "The man or ghost you saw," said Master, "was Archbishop John Hamilton of St. Andrews, in his own castle grounds, where he once reigned supreme." I said farewell to Mr. Anklebone, and as I thought over his extraordinary story journeying home in the train, I could not help repeating over and over again to myself that very curious name that seemed to rhyme with the motion of the train, Concrickety Anklebone. End of The Spectre of the Castle by W.T. Linskill. Recording by Grant Love.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease that had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How, then, am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale, blue eye, with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture's eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph, to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no! It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it had welled up in my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been trying to say to himself, "It is something but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which had made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him, and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple, dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out of the crevice and fell full upon the vulture's eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there comes to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eve. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbour. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eyes would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I'd been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Ha ha! When I made an end of these labours, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbour during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ring in my ears. But still, they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until, at length, I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as the watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles, in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and grated it upon the boards. but the noise arose over all, and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly, and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, louder, louder. Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed, tear up the planks. Here, here is the beating of this hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart.
The True Tale of the Phantom Coach by W.T. Linskill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grant Love. The great curtain had fallen after the pantomime, and I was standing chatting on the stage of the theatre at Cambridge when one of the stage men came to tell me I was wanted at the stage door, and I must hurry up at once. Thither I proceeded, and found a lot of golfing boys, hunting boys, dramatic boys, and all sorts of other merry varsity boys who shouted out, "Come along, quick, to the Blue Pig." The Blue Pig is a Cambridge name for the Blue Boar Hotel. "We want you to meet a fellow called Willie Carson, and there is to be supper, and he has something to tell us. The bogeyman has gone on there now, so come right away." Well, off we went to the Blue Boar Hotel, and we found Carson sitting over a blazing fire, with a capital supper set in his nice old-fashioned room, lit up with candles only, the picture of comfort. Outside it was snowing hard and bitterly cold. After a talk over the merits of the pantomime, we did full justice to a most excellent supper, and then crowded round the blazing hearth to hear a story our host wanted to tell us. "Did you ever hear of the Phantom Coach at St. Andrews?" he asked, turning to me suddenly and removing his cigar. "Often," I replied. "I have heard most extraordinary yarns about it from lots of people, but why do you ask?" "Because I've seen it," he replied softly and thoughtfully. "Some 5 years ago. It was very, very strange, not to be forgotten, and quite unexplainable. That is why I asked you here tonight. I wanted to talk to you about it." He stooped over the fire and was silent for a few minutes. "Tell us all about it," we all shouted at once. "We won't make fun of it." "There is nothing to make fun of, indeed. It's a true solemn fact," he said. "Listen, and I will try to tell you what I saw, but I can't half picture it properly. 5 years ago, I had just come home from America. I went to stay at St. Andrews for some golf. I think it was the latter end of August, and must have been in the town about a week at least, when one night, it was hot and stuffy, and about midnight, I determined to take a good long country walk, and struck out right along the road to Strathkinnis. It was a hot, dark, and stormy night, not wet. Fitful black clouds floated now and again at a rapid pace over the moon, which now and then shone out brightly. In the distance the sea made a perpetual moan, and at intervals the dark eastern sky was lit up by flashes of summer wildfire lightning over the distant cathedral towers. Now and again I could hear the mutter of faraway thunder, and there were incessant gusts of wind. I must have been about 2 miles along the road when I could discern some very large object approaching me rapidly. As it came nearer, I noticed it resembled a coach, dark, heavy, primitive. It seemed to have 4 large black horses, and the driver was a muffled, shapeless figure. It approached with a low humming or buzzing sound, which was most peculiar and unpleasant to hear. The horses made a hollow kind of ticking sound with their feet. Otherwise, it was noiseless. No earthly coach of the kind could go without any ordinary sound. It was weird and eerie in the extreme. As it passed me, the moon shone out brightly, and I saw for a second a ghastly white face at the coach window. But I saw those 4 strange, silent black horses, the more extraordinary, tall, swaddled-up, shapeless driver, and the quaint, black, gloomy old coach, with a coffin-shaped box on the roof, only far, far too well. One most remarkable thing was that it threw no shadow of any kind. Just as it passed me, there was a terrific roar of thunder and a blaze of lightning that nearly blinded me, and in the distance I saw that horrible, ghastly, receding coach. Then clouds came over the moon, and all was black, and darkness one could feel, a darkness of a shut-up, smothering vault. I felt sick and dazed for a minute or two. I could not make out if I had been struck by the lightning or was paralyzed. However, after a bit it passed off. It was a horrible, deathly feeling while it lasted. I never experienced a similar sensation before or since, and I hope I never may again. Another very curious thing was the behaviour of my favourite collie dog, usually frightened at nothing on the approach of the phantom, for phantom it was. He crouched down, shivering and whining, and as it drew nearer, fled with a bark like a screech, and cowered down in the ditch at the roadside, and gave forth low growls. I tell you, boys, it's all right in this room to talk about it, but none of you would have liked to be in my place that queer, uncanny night on that lonely road. That it was supernatural, I am convinced. It is a very thin veil between us and the unseen world of spirits. They say I possess a seventh sense, namely second sight, and I know I shall never forget that night's experience. But listen, the story is not yet ended. Next morning a telegram arrived from my brother in Kent. Are you all right? I wondered much and wired back that I was very well. The following day a letter came from my brother giving me a curious explanation. The following afternoon of the day I saw the coach, my brother was looking out of the old manor house windows in Kent, when he and several others noticed a large bird, having most peculiar plumage, seated on the garden wall. No one had ever seen a bird of the kind before. He was rushing off for a gun to shoot it, when our father, who looked very white and scared, stopped him. "Do not shoot," he said. "It would be of no use. That is the bird of ill omen to all our race. It only appears before a death. I have only once seen it before. That week your dear mother died." My brother was so alarmed at this that he sent the wire I have mentioned to me at St. Andrews. By the next mail from Australia, we learned that our eldest brother had died there the very day I saw the coach at St. Andrews, and my brother saw the bird at our old home in Kent. Very odd, is it not? But what do you know about that coach? "Only tales," I said. "Many people swear they have heard it or seen it on stormy nights. I know a girl who swears to it, and also a doctor who has passed it on the road, and it nearly frightened his horse to death, and him too. The tale of the two tramps is funny. They were trudging into St. Andrews one wild stormy night, when this uncanny coach overtook them. It stopped, the door opened, and a white hand beckoned towards them. One tramp rushed up and got in, then suddenly the door noiselessly shut, and the coach moved off, leaving the other tramp alone in the pitiless wind and rain. "I never saw my old mate again," said the tramp, when he told the tale, "and I never shall. That there old coach was nothing of this here world of ours. It took my old mate off to Davy Jones's locker mighty smart, poor fellow. They say his body was found in the sea some months afterwards, and the tale goes that the phantom coach finishes its nocturnal journey in the waves of St. Andrews Bay." "Whose coach is it?" asked all that were in the room. "I cannot say. Some say Bethune, others Sharp, and others Haxton. I do not know who is supposed to be the figure inside, unless it is his satanic majesty himself. At all events, it seems a certain fact that a phantom coach has been seen from time to time on the roads round St. Andrews. I have never seen any of these things myself." "Well," said Carson, "that awful coach does appear. It appeared to me, and doubtless, in the course of time, will appear to many others. It bodes no one any good, and I pity with all my heart anyone who meets it. Beware of those roads late at night, or, like me, you may some day to your injury meet that ghastly, uncanny, old phantom coach. If so, you will remember it to your dying day." Curious thing that about seeing the coach and the bird at the same time, and in 2 places so far apart, murmured the golfing Johnny, and then Carson's brother dying too. I'd sooner see the bird than the coach, said one. Guess I'd rather not see either of them, said an American present. Glad we have no phantom coaches in Yankeeland. This is the end of The True Tale of the Phantom Coach by W.T. Linskill. Read to you by Grant Love.
A Voice from the Pit by Bernard Edward Gibbs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Voice from the Pit by Bernard Edward Gibbs. Signor, we are arrived, whispered the old man in my ear, and he put out a sudden cold hand corded like melon rind to stay me in the stumbling darkness. We were on a tilted tableland of the mountain, and looking forth and below, the far indigo crescent of the bay, where it swept towards Castlemere, seemed to rise up at me as if it were a perpendicular wall across which white crests of the waves flew like ghost moths. We skirted a boulder and came upon a field of sleek purple lava sown all over with little lemon jets of silent smoke, which in their wan and melancholy glow might have been the corpse lights of those innumerable dead whose tombstone was the mountain itself. Far away to the right, the great projecting socket of the crater flickered intermittently with a nerve of fire. It was like the glinting of the watchful eye of some vast crusaticine, and in the harsh and stupendous desolation seemed the final crown and expression of utter inhumanity. I started upon hearing the low whisper of my companion at my ear. In the bay yesterday, the signor saved my life. I give the signor, in return, my life's secret. He seized my right hand in his left with a sinewy clutch and pointed a stiff finger at the luminous blots. See there, and there, and there, he shrilled. One floats and wavers like a spineless ribbon of seaweed in the water. Another burns with a steady radiance. A third blares from its fissure like a flame driven by the blowpipe. It is all a question of the underdraught, and some may feel it a little, and some a little more or a little less. Ah, but I will show you one that feels it not at all. A hole, a narrow shaft that goes straight down into the pit of the great hell, and is cold as the mouth of a barbel. The bones of his face stood out like rocks against sand, and the pupils of his maniac eyes were glazed or fell into shadow as the volcano lightnings fluttered. Suddenly he drew me to a broken pile of sulphur rock lying tumbled against a ridge of the mountain that ran towards the crater. It lay heaped, a fused and fantastic ruin, and in a moment that old man leapt from me and was tugging by main strength a vast fragment from its place. I leaned over his shoulder and looked down upon the hollow revealed by the displaced boulder. It was like the bell of a mighty trumpet, and in the middle a puckered opening seemed to suck inwards as it were the mouth of some subterranean monster risen to the surface of the world for air. Quick, quick, muttered Paulo. The signor must place his ear to the hole. With a little odd stir at my heart, I dropped upon my knees and leaned my head deep into the cup. I must have stayed thus for a full minute before I drew myself back and looked up at the old mountaineer. His eyes gazed down into mine with mad intensity. Sir, sir, he whispered, what didst thou hear? I heard a long surging thunder, Paulo, and the deep shrill screaming of many gas jets. He bent down with livid face. Signor, it is the booming of the everlasting fire, and thou hast heard the voices of the damned. No, my friend, no, but it is a marvelous transmission of the uproar of hidden forces. He leapt to the shallow pit. Listen and believe, he cried, and funneling his hands about his lips, he stooped over the central hole. Marco, Marco, he screeched in a piercing voice. Something answered back. What was it? A malformed and twisted echo? A whistle of imprisoned steam tricked into some horrible caricature of a human voice? Paulo! It seemed to wail, weak and faint with agony. Liquera! Liquera! Paulo! The old man sprang to his feet and, looking down upon me in a sort of terrible triumph, unslung a water flask from his belt and, pulling out the cork, poured the cold liquid down into the puckered orifice. Then I felt his clutch on my arm again. He drinks, he cried. Listen, and thou wilt understand. I rose with a ghost of a laugh and once more addressed my ear to the opening. From unthinkable depths came up a strange gloating sound as from a ravenous throat made vibrant with ecstasy. Paulo, I cried as I rose and stood before him, and there was an admonitory note in my voice. A feather may decide the balance. Beware meddling with hidden thunders, or thou mayst set rolling such another tombstone as that on which these corpse fires are yet flaming. And he only answered me, set and deathly. We of the mountains, Signor, know more things than we may tell of. End of A Voice from the Pit.